Part 1 of Chapter 1 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 1, Section 1. Catherine hears the sly step of death at the Cedars. The night of his grandfather's mysterious death at the Cedars, Bobby Blackburn was, at least until midnight, in New York. He was held there by the unhealthy habits and companionships which recently had angered his grandfather to the point of threatening a disciplinary change in his will. As a consequence, he drifted into that strange adventure which later was to surround him with dark shadows and overwhelming doubts. Before following Bobby through his black experience, however, it is better to know what happened at the Cedars where his cousin Catherine Perrine was, except for the servants, alone with old Silas Blackburn, who seemed apprehensive of some sly approach of disaster. At 20, Catherine was too young, too light-hearted for this care of her uncle, in which she had persisted as an antidote for Bobby's shortcomings. She was never in harmony with the mouldy house or its surroundings, bleak, deserted, unfriendly to content. Bobby and she had frequently urged the old man to give it up, to move, as it were, into the light. He had always answered angrily that his ancestors had lived there since before the Revolution, and that what had been good enough for them was good enough for him. So that night Catherine had to hear alone the sly stalking of death in the house. She told it all to Bobby the next day. What happened? Her emotions, the impression made on her by the people who came when it was too late to save Silas Blackburn. She said then that the old man had behaved oddly for several days, as if he were afraid. That night he ate practically no dinner. He couldn't keep still. He wandered from room to room, his tired eyes apparently seeking. Several times she spoke to him. "What is the matter, uncle? What worries you?" He grumbled unintelligibly or failed to answer at all. She went into the library and tried to read, but the late fall wind swirled mournfully about the house and beat down the chimney, causing the fire to cast disturbing shadows across the walls. Her loneliness and her nervousness grew sharper. The restless, shuffling footsteps stimulated her imagination. Perhaps a mental breakdown was responsible for this alteration. She was tempted to ring for Jenkins, the butler, to share her vigil, or for one of the two women servants now far at the back of the house. "And Bobby," she said to herself, "or somebody will have to come out here tomorrow to help." But Silas Blackburn shuffled in just then, and she was a trifle ashamed as she studied him standing with his back to the fire, glaring around the room, fumbling with hands that shook in his pocket for his pipe and some loose tobacco. It was unjust to be afraid of him. There was no question. The man himself was afraid, terribly afraid. His fingers trembled so much that he had difficulty lighting his pipe. His heavy brows, grey like his beard, contracted in a frown. His voice quavered unexpectedly. He spoke of his grandson. "Bobby, damn waster. God knows what he'll do next." "He's young, Uncle Silas, and too popular." He brushed aside her customary defense. As he continued speaking, she noticed that always his voice shook as his fingers shook, as his stooped shoulders jerked spasmodically. "I ordered Mr. Roberts here tonight. Not a word from him. I've made up my mind anyway. My lawyer's coming in the morning. My money goes to the Bedford Foundation." I'll accept a little annuity for you, Katie. It's hard on you, but I've got no faith left in my flesh and blood." His voice choked with sentiment, a little repulsive in view of his ruthless nature, his unbending egotism. "It's sad, Katie, to grow old, with nobody caring for you except to covet your money." She arose and went close to him. He drew back, startled. "You're not fair, Uncle." With an unexpected movement, nearly savage, he pushed her aside and started for the door. "Uncle," she cried, "tell me. You must tell me. What makes you afraid?" He turned at the door. He didn't answer. She laughed feverishly. It's not Bobby you're afraid of." "You and Bobby," he grumbled, "are thicker than thieves." She shook her head. "Bobby and I," she said wistfully, "aren't very good friends, largely because of this life he's leading." He went on out of the room, mumbling again incoherently. She resumed her vigil, unable to read because of her misgivings, staring at the fire, starting at a harsher gust of wind or any unaccustomed sound. And for a long time there beat against her brain the shuffling, searching tread of her uncle. Its cessation about 11 o'clock increased her uneasiness. He had been so afraid. Suppose already the thing he had feared had overtaken him. She listened intently. Even then she seemed to sense the soundless footsteps of disaster straying in the decayed house. And searching too. A morbid desire to satisfy herself that her uncle's silence meant nothing evil drove her upstairs. She stood in the square main hall at the head of the stairs, listening. Her uncle's bedroom door lay straight ahead. To her right and left, narrow corridors led to the wings. Her room and Bobby's and a spare room were in the right-hand wing. The opposite corridor was seldom used, for the left-hand wing was the oldest portion of the house, and in the march of years too many legends had gathered about it. The large bedroom was there, with its private hall beyond, and a narrow, enclosed staircase descending to the library. Originally, it had been the custom for the head of the family to use that room, its ancient furniture still faded within stained walls. For many years no one had slept in it, because it had sheltered too much suffering, because it had witnessed the reluctant spiritual departure of too many Blackburns. Catherine shrank a little from the black entrance of the corridor, but her anxiety centered on the door ahead. She was about to call when a stirring beyond it momentarily reassured her. The door opened and her uncle stepped out. He wore an untidy dressing gown. His hair was disordered. His face appeared grayer and more haggard than it had downstairs. A lighted candle shook in his right hand. "What are you doing up here, Katie?" he quavered. She broke down before the picture of his increased fear. He shuffled closer. "What are you crying for, Katie?" She controlled herself. She begged him for an answer to her doubts. "You make me afraid." He laughed scornfully. "You? What you got to be afraid of?" "I'm afraid because you are," she urged. "You've got to tell me. I'm all alone. I can't stand it. What are you afraid of?" He didn't answer. He shuffled on toward the disused wing. Her hand tightened on the banister. "Where are you going?" she whispered. He turned at the entrance to the corridor. "I'm going to the old bedroom." "Why? Why?" she asked hysterically. "You can't sleep there. The bed isn't even made." He lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. "Don't you mention I've gone there. If you want to know, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to sleep in my own room any longer." She nodded. "And you don't think they'd look for you there? What is it? Tell me what it is." Why don't you send for someone? A man. Leave me alone, he mumbled. Nothing for you to be worried about, except Bobby. Yes, there is, she cried. Yes, there is. He paid no attention to her fright. He entered the corridor. She heard him shuffling between its narrow walls. She saw his candle disappear in its gloomy reaches. She ran to her own room and locked the door. She hurried to the window and leaned out, her body shaking, her teeth chattering as if from a sudden chill. The quiet, assured tread of disaster came nearer. The two wings, stretching at right angles from the main building, formed a narrow court. Clouds harrying the moon failed quite to destroy its power, so that she could see, across the court, the facade of the old wing and the two windows of the large room through whose curtains a spectral glow was diffused. She heard one of the windows open with a grating noise. The court was a sounding board. It carried to her even the shuffling of the old man's feet as he must have approached the bed. The glow of his candle vanished. She heard a rustling as if he had stretched himself on the bed, a sound like a long-drawn sigh. She tried to tell herself there was no danger, that these peculiar actions sprang from the old man's fancy, but the house, her surroundings, her loneliness contradicted her. To her over-acute senses, the thought of Blackburn in that room, so often consecrated to the formula of death, suggested a special and unaccountable menace. Under such a strain, the supernatural assumed vague and singular shapes. She slept for only a little while, then she lay awake, listening with a growing expectancy for some message to slip across the court. The moon had ceased struggling, the wind cried, the baying of the dog echoed mournfully from a great distance. It was like a remote alarm bell which vibrates too perfectly, whose resonance is too prolonged. She sat upright, she sprang from the bed, and, her heart beating insufferably, felt her way to the window. From the wing opposite the message had come, a soft, shrouded sound, another long-drawn sigh. She tried to call across the court. At first no response came from her tight throat. When it did at last, her voice was unfamiliar in her own ears, the voice of one who has to know a thing but shrinks from asking. "Uncle!" The wind mocked her. "It is nothing," she told herself, "nothing." But her vigil had been too long, her loneliness too complete. Her earlier impression of the presence of death in the decaying house tightened its hold. She had to assure herself that Silas Blackburn slept untroubled. The thing she had heard was peculiar, and he hadn't answered across the court. The dark, empty corridors at first were an impassable barrier, but while she put on her slippers and her dressing gown, she strengthened her courage. There was a bell rope in the upper hall. She might get Jenkins. When she stood in the main hall, she hesitated. It would probably be a long time, provided he heard it all, before Jenkins could answer her. Her candle outlined the entrance to the musty corridor, just a few running steps down there, a quick rap at the door, and, perhaps in an instant, her uncle's voice, and the blessed power to return to her room and sleep. While her fear grew, she called on her pride to let her accomplish that brief, abhorrent journey. Then, for the first time, a different doubt came to her. As she waited alone in this disturbing nocturnal intimacy of an old house, she shrank from no thought of human intrusion, and she wondered if her uncle had been afraid of that too, of the sort of thing that might lurk in the ancient wing with its recollections of birth and suffering and death. But he had gone there as an escape. Surely he had been afraid of men. It shamed her that, in spite of that, her fear defined itself even more clearly as something indefinable. With a passionate determination to strangle such thoughts, she held her breath. She tried to close her mind. She entered the corridor. She ran its length. She knocked at the locked door of the old bedroom. She shrank as the echoes rattled from the dingy walls where her candle cast strange reflections. There was no other answer. A sense of an intolerable companionship made her want to cry out for brilliant light, for help. She screamed, "Uncle Silas! Uncle Silas!" Through the silence that crushed her voice, she became aware, finally, of the accomplishment of its mission by death in this house. And she fled into the main hall. She jerked at the bell rope. The contact steadied her, stimulated her to reason. One slender hope remained. The oppressive bedroom might have driven Silas Blackburn through the private hall and down the enclosed staircase. Perhaps he slept on the lounge in the library. She stumbled down, hoping to meet Jenkins. She crossed the hall and the dining room and entered the library. She bent over the lounge. It was empty. Her candle was reflected in the face of the clock on the mantel. Its hands pointed to 2:30. She pulled at the bell cord by the fireplace. Why didn't the butler come? Alone, she couldn't climb the enclosed staircase to try the other door. It seemed impossible to her that she should wait another instant alone. The butler, as old and as grey as Silas Blackburn, faltered in. He started back when he saw her. "My God, Miss Catherine!" "What's the matter? You look like death." "There's death," she said. She indicated the door of the enclosed staircase. She led the way with the candle. The panelled, narrow hall was empty. That door, too, was locked, and the key, she knew, must be on the inside. Who is it?" Jenkins asked. "Who would be in that room? Has Mr. Bobby come back?" She descended to the library before answering. She put the candle down and spread her hands. "It's happened, Jenkins. Whatever he feared. Not Mr. Silas." "We have to break in," she said with a shiver. "Get a hammer, a chisel, whatever is necessary." "But if there's anything wrong," the butler objected. "If anybody's been there, the other door must be open." She shook her head. Those two first of all faced that extraordinary puzzle. How had the murderer entered and left the room with both doors locked on the inside, with the windows too high for use? They went to the upper story. She urged the butler into the sombre corridor. "We have to know," she whispered, "what's happened beyond those locked doors." She still vibrated to the feeling of uncomfortable forces in the old house. Jenkins, she saw, responded to the same superstitious misgivings. He inserted the chisel with maladroit hands. He forced the lock back and opened the door. Dust arose from the long disused room, flecking the yellow candle flame. They hesitated on the threshold. They forced themselves to enter. Then they looked at each other and smiled with relief. For Silas Blackburn, in his dressing gown, lay on the bed, his placid, unmarked face upturned, as if sleeping. "Why, miss," Jenkins gasped, "he's all right." Almost with confidence, Catherine walked to the bed. "Uncle Silas," she began, and touched his hand. She drew back until the wall supported her. Jenkins must have read everything in her face, for he whimpered, "But he looks all right. He can't be." "Cold already, if I hadn't touched." The horror of the thing descended upon her, stifling thought. Automatically she left the room and told Jenkins what to do. After he had telephoned police headquarters in the county seat and had summoned Dr. Groom, a country physician, she sat without words, huddled over the library fire. The detective, a competent man named Howells, and Dr. Groom arrived at about the same time. The detective made Catherine accompany them upstairs while he questioned her. In the absence of the coroner, he wouldn't let the doctor touch the body. "I must repair this lock," he said. "The first thing, so nothing can be disturbed." Dr. Groom, a grim and dark man, had grown silent on entering the room. For a long time he stared at the body in the candlelight, making as much of an examination as he could, evidently without physical contact. "Why did he ever come here to sleep?" he asked in his rumbling bass voice. "Nasty room, unhealthy room." 10 to 1 you're a formality, policeman. Coroner's a formality. He sneered a little. "I dare say he died what the hard-headed world will call a natural death. Wonder what the coroner will say." The detective didn't answer. He shot rapid, uneasy glances about the room in which a single candle burned. After a time he said with an accent of complete conviction, "That man was murdered." Perhaps the doctor's significant words, added to her earlier dread of the abnormal, made Catherine read in the detective's manner an apprehension of conditions unfamiliar to the brutal routine of his profession. Her glances were restless too. She had a feeling that from the shadowed corners of the faded, musty room invisible faces mocked the man's stubbornness. All this she recited to Bobby when, under extraordinary circumstances neither of them could have foreseen, he arrived at the Cedars many hours later. Of the earlier portion of the night of his grandfather's death Bobby retained a minute recollection. The remainder was like a dim, appalling nightmare whose impulse remains hidden. When he went to his apartment to dress for dinner he found the letter of which Silas Blackburn had spoken to Catherine. It mentioned the change in the will as an approaching fact nothing could alter. Bobby fancied that the old man merely craved the satisfaction of terrorizing him, of casting him out with all the ugly words at his command. Still, a good deal more than $1 million isn't to be relinquished lightly as long as a chance remains. Bobby had an engagement for dinner. He would think the situation over until after dinner, then he might go. It was, perhaps, unfortunate that at his club he met friends who drew him in a corner and offered him too many cocktails. As he drank, his anger grew, and it wasn't all against his grandfather. He asked himself why during the last few months he had avoided the Cedars, why he had drifted into too vivid a life in New York. It increased his anger that he hesitated to give himself a frank answer. But always, at such moments, it was Catherine rather than his grandfather who entered his mind. He had cared too much for her, and lately, beyond question, the bond of their affection had weakened. He raised his glass and drank. He set the glass down quickly, as if he would have liked to hide it. A big man, clear-eyed and handsome, walked into the room and came straight to the little group in the corner. Bobby tried to carry it off. "'Lo, Hartley, old preacher. You fellows all know Hartley Graham. Sit down. We're going to have a little cocktail." Graham looked at the glasses, shaking his head. "If you've time, Bobby, I'd like a word with you." "No preaching," Bobby bargained. "It isn't Sunday." Graham laughed pleasantly. "It's about money. That talks any day." Bobby edged a way out and followed Graham to an unoccupied room. There the big man turned on him. "See here, Bobby. When are you going out to the Cedars?" Bobby flushed. "You're a dear friend, Hartley, and I've always loved you, but I'm in no mood for preaching tonight. Besides, I've got my own life to lead." He glanced away. "My own reasons for leading it." I'm not going to preach, Graham answered seriously, although it's obvious you're raising the devil with your life. I wanted to tell you that I've had a note from Catherine today. She says your grandfather's threats are taking too much form, that the new will's bound to come unless you do something. She cares too much for you, Bobby, to see you throw everything away. She's asked me to persuade you to go out. Why didn't she write to me? Have you been very friendly with Catherine lately? And that's not fair. You're both without parents. You owe Catherine something on that account. Bobby didn't answer because it was clear that while Catherine's affections for him had weakened, her friendship for Graham had grown too fast. Looking at the other, he didn't wonder. There's another thing Graham was saying. The gloomy old Cedars has got on Catherine's nerves, and she says there's been a change in the old man the last few days. Wanders around as if he were afraid of something. Bobby laughed outright. Him? Afraid of something? It's always been his system to make everybody and everything afraid of him. But you're right about Catherine. We have always depended on each other. I think I'll go out after dinner. Then come have a bite with me, Graham urged. I'll see you off afterward. If you catch the 8:30, you ought to be out there before 10:30. Bobby shook his head. An engagement for dinner, Hartley? I'm expecting Carlos Paredes to pick me up here any minute. Graham's disapproval was belligerent. Why, in the name of heaven, Bobby, do you run around with that damn Panamanian? Steer him off tonight. I've argued with you before. It's unpleasant, I know, but the man carries every mark of crookedness. Easy with my friends, Hartley. You don't understand Carlos. He's good fun when you know him. Awfully good fun. So, Graham said, is this the sort of thing? Too many cocktails, too much wine. Paredes has the same pleasant, dangerous quality. A club servant entered. In the reception room, Mr. Blackburn. Bobby took the card, tore it into little bits, and drove them one by one into the waste paper basket. Tell him I'll be right out. He turned to Graham. Sorry you don't like my playmates. I'll probably run out after dinner and let the old man terrorize me as a cure for his own fear. Pleasant prospect. So long. Graham caught at his arm. I'm sorry. Can't we forget tonight that we disagree about Paredes? Let me dine with you. Bobby's laugh was uncomfortable. Come on, if you wish, and be my guardian angel. God knows I need one. He walked across the hall and into the reception room. The light was not brilliant there. One or two men sat reading newspapers about a green-shaded lamp on the center table. But Bobby didn't see Paredes at first. Then, from the obscurity of a corner of form, tall and graceful, emerged with a slow monotony of movement suggestive of stealth. The man's dark, somber eyes revealed nothing. His jet black hair, parted in the middle, and his carefully trimmed Van Dyke beard gave him an air of distinction, an air, at the same time, a trifle too reserved. For a moment, as the green light stained his face unhealthily, Bobby could understand Graham's aversion. He brushed the idea aside. Glad you could come, Carlos. The smile of greeting vanished abruptly from Paredes' face. He looked with steady eyes beyond Bobby's shoulder. Bobby turned. Graham stood on the threshold, his face a little too frank, but the two men shook hands. I'd an idea until I saw Bobby, Graham said, that you'd gone back to Panama. Paredes yawned. Each year I spend more time in New York. Business suggests it, pleasure demands it. His voice was deep and pleasant, but Bobby had often remarked that it, like Paredes' eyes, was too reserved. It seemed never to call on its obvious powers of expression. Its accent was noticeable only in a pleasant, polished sense. Hartley, Bobby explained, is dining with us. Paredes let no disapproval slip, but Graham hastened to explain. Bobby and I have an engagement immediately after dinner. An engagement after dinner? I didn't understand. Let's think of dinner first, Bobby said. We can talk about engagements afterward. Perhaps you'll have a cocktail here while we decide where we're going. The aperitif I should like very much, Paredes said. About dinner there is nothing to decide. I have arranged everything. There's a table waiting in the fountain room at the sea. And there I have planned a little surprise for you. He wouldn't explain further. While they drank their cocktails, Bobby watched Graham's disapproval grow. The man glanced continually at his watch. In the restaurant, when Paredes left them to produce, as he called it, his surprise, Graham appraised with a frown the voluble people who moved intricately through the hall. I'm afraid Paredes has planned a thorough evening, he said, for which he'll want you to pay. Don't be angry, Bobby. The situation is serious enough to excuse facts. You must go to the Cedars tonight. Do you understand? You must go, in spite of Paredes, in spite of everything. Peace until train time, Bobby demanded. He caught his breath. There they are. Carlos has kept his word. See her, Hartley? She's glorious. A young woman accompanied the Panamanian as he came back through the hall. She appeared more foreign than her guide, the Spanish of Spain rather than of South America. Her clothing was as unusual and striking as her beauty, yet one felt there was more than either to attract all the glances in this room, to set people whispering as she passed. Clearly, she knew her notoriety was no little thing. Pride filled her eyes. Paredes had first introduced her to Bobby a month or more ago. He had seen her a number of times since in her dressing room at the theatre where she was featured, or at crowded luncheons in her apartment. At such moments she had managed to be exceptionally nice to him. Bobby, however, had answered merely to the glamour of her fame, to the magnetic response her beauty always brought in places like this. Paredes, Graham muttered, will have a powerful ally. You won't fail me, Bobby. You will go. Bobby scarcely heard. He hurried forward and welcomed the woman. She tapped his arm with her fan. Little Bobby, she lisped. I haven't seen very much of you lately. So when Carlos proposed, you see I don't dance until late. Who is that behind you? Mr. Graham, is it not? He would maybe not remember me. I danced at a dinner where you were one night at Mr. Ward's. Even lawyers, I find, take enjoyment in my dancing. I remember, Graham said. It is very pleasant we are to dine together, he continued tactlessly. But, as I've explained to Mr. Paredes, we must hurry. Bobby and I have an early engagement. Her head went up. An early engagement. I do not often dine in public. An unavoidable thing, Graham explained. Bobby will tell you. Bobby nodded. It's a nuisance, particularly when you're so condescending, Maria. She shrugged her shoulders. With Bobby, she entered the dining room at the heels of Paredes and Graham. Paredes had foreseen everything. There were flowers on the table. The dinner had been ordered. Immediately the waiter brought cocktails. Graham glanced at Bobby warningly. He wouldn't, as an example, Bobby appreciated, touch his own. Maria held hers up to the light. Pretty yellow things. I never drink them. She smiled dreamily at Bobby. But see, I shall place this to my lips in order that you may make pretty speeches and maybe tell me it is the most divine aperitif you have ever drunk." She passed the glass to him, and Bobby, avoiding Graham's eyes, wondering why she was so gracious, emptied it. And afterward, frequently, she reminded him of his wine by going through the same elaborate formula. Probably because of that, as much as anything else, constraint grasped the little company tighter. Graham couldn't hide his anxiety. Paredes mocked it with sneering phrases, which he turned most carefully. Before the meal was half finished, Graham glanced at his watch. "We've just time for the 8:30, he whispered to Bobby, "if we pick up a taxi." Maria had heard. She pouted. "There is no engagement," she lisped, "as sacred as a dinner, no entanglement except marriage that cannot be easily broken. Perhaps I have displeased you, Mr. Graham. Perhaps you fancy I excite unpleasant comments. It is unjust. I assure you my reputation is above reproach." Her dark eyes twinkled. "Certainly in New York." "It isn't that," Graham answered. "We must go. It's not to be evaded." She turned tempestuously. "Am I to be humiliated so, Carlos? Why did you bring me? Is all the world to see my companions leave in the midst of a dinner as if I were plague-touched? Is Bobby not capable of choosing his own company?" "You are thoroughly justified, Maria," Paredes said in his expressionless tone. "Bobby, however, has said very little about this engagement. I did not know, Mr. Graham, that you were the arbiter of Bobby's actions. In a way, I must resent your implication that he is no longer capable of caring for himself." Graham accepted the challenge. He leaned across the table, speaking directly to Bobby, ignoring the others. "You've not forgotten what I've told you. Will you come while there's time? You must see, I can't remain here any longer." Bobby, hating warfare in his present mood, sought to temporize. "It's all right, Hartley. Don't worry. I'll catch a later train." Maria relaxed. "Ah, Bobby still chooses for himself." "I'll have enough rumpus," Bobby muttered, "when I get to the Cedars. Don't grudge me a little peace here." Graham arose. His voice was discouraged. "I'm sorry. I'll hope, Bobby." Without a word to the others, he walked out of the room. End of Chapter 1, Section 1 of The Abandoned Room. Part 2 of Chapter 1 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 1, Section 2. Catherine hears the sly step of death at the Cedars. So far, when Bobby tried afterward to recall the details of the evening, everything was perfectly distinct in his memory. The remainder of the meal, made uncomfortable by Maria's sullenness and Paredes' sneers, his attempt to recapture the earlier gaiety of the evening by continuing to drink the wine, his determination to go later to the Cedars in spite of Graham's doubt. Of all these things no particular lacked. He remembered paying the check as he usually did when he dined with Paredes. He recalled studying the timetable and finding that he had just missed another train. Maria's spirits rose then. He was persuaded to accompany her and Paredes to the music hall. In her dressing room, while she was on the stage, he played with boxes of makeup, splashing the mirror with various colors while Paredes sat silently watching. The alteration, he was sure, came a little later in the cafe at the table close to the dancing floor. Maria had insisted that Paredes and he should wait there while she changed. But he had protested. "I have missed too many trains." She had demanded his timetable, scanning the columns of close figures. "There is one," she had said, "at 12:15. Time for a little something in the cafe, and who knows? If you are agreeable, I might forgive everything and dance with you once, Bobby, on the public floor." So he sat for some time, expectant, with Paredes, watching the boisterous dancers, listening to the violent music, sipping absent-mindedly at his glass. He wondered why Paredes had grown so quiet. "I mustn't miss that 12:15, he said. "You know, Carlos, you weren't quite fair to Hartley. He's a splendid fellow, roomed with me at college, played on the same team, and all that. Only wanted me to do the right thing. Must say it was the right thing. I won't miss that 12:15. "Graham," Paredes sneered, "is a wonderful type. Apollo in the flesh and Billy Sunday in the conscience." Then, as Bobby started to protest, Maria entered, more dazzling than at dinner, and the dancers swayed less boisterously. The chatter at the table subsided. The orchestra seemed to hesitate as a sort of obeisance. A man Bobby had never seen before followed her to the table. His middle-aged figure was loudly clothed. His face was coarse and clean-shaven. He acknowledged the introduction sullenly. "I've only a minute," Bobby said to Maria. He continued, however, to raise his glass indifferently to his lips. All at once his glass shook. Maria's dark and sparkling face became blurred. He could no longer define the features of the stranger. He had never before experienced anything of the kind. He tried to account for it, but his mind became confused. "Maria," he burst out, "why are you looking at me like that?" Her contralto laugh rippled. "Bobby looks so funny, Carlos. Little Bobby looks so queer. What's the matter with him?" Bobby's anger was lost in the increased confusion of his senses, but through that mental turmoil tore the thought of Graham and his intention of going to the Cedars. With shaking fingers he dragged out his watch. He couldn't read the dial. He braced his hands against the table, thrust back his chair, and arose. The room tumbled about him. Before his eyes the dancers made long, nebulous bands of colour in which nothing had form or coherence. Instinctively, he felt he hadn't dined recklessly enough to account for these amazing symptoms. He was suddenly afraid. "Carlos," he whispered. He heard Maria's voice dimly. "Take him home." A hand touched his arm. With a supreme effort of will he walked from the room, guided by the hand on his arm, and always his brain recorded fewer and fewer impressions for his memory to struggle with later. At the cloakroom someone helped him put on his coat. He was walking down steps. He was in some kind of a conveyance. He didn't know what it was. An automobile, a carriage, a train. He didn't know. He only understood that it went swiftly, swaying from side to side through a sable pit. Whenever his mind moved at all, it came back to that sensation of a black pit in which he remained suspended, swinging from side to side, trying to struggle up against impossible odds. Once or twice words flashed like fire through the pit. "Tyrant, fool to go." From a long immersion deeper in the pit he struggled frantically. He must get out. Somehow he must find wings. He realized that his eyes were closed. He tried to open them and failed, so the pit persisted, and he surrendered himself as one accepts death to its hateful blackness. Abruptly, he experienced a momentary release. There was no more swaying, no more movement of any kind. He heard a strange, melancholy voice whispering without words, always whispering with a futile perseverance, as if it wished him to understand something it could not express. "What is it trying to tell me?" he asked himself. Then he understood. It was the voice of the wind, and it tried to tell him to open his eyes, and he found that he could. But in spite of his desire, they closed again almost immediately. Yet from that swift glimpse, a picture outlined itself later in his memory. In the midst of wild, rolling clouds, the moon was a drowning face. Stunted trees bent before the wind like puny men who strained impotently to advance. Over there was one more like a real man, a figure, Bobby thought, with a black thing over his face. A mask. "This is the forest near the cedars," Bobby said to himself. "I've come to face the old devil after all." He heard his own voice, harsh, remote, unnatural, speaking to the dim figure with a black mask that waited half hidden by the straining trees. "Why am I here in the woods near the cedars?" And he thought the thing answered, "Because you hate your grandfather." Bobby laughed, thinking he understood. The figure in the black mask that accompanied him was his conscience. He could understand why it went masked. The wind resumed its whispering. The figures, straining like puny men, fought harder. The drowning face disappeared, wet and helpless. Bobby felt himself sinking back into the sable pit. "I don't want to go," he moaned. A long time afterward he heard a whisper again, and he wondered if it was the wind or his conscience. He laughed through the blackness because the words seemed so absurd. "Take off your shoes and carry them in your hand. Always do that. It's the only safe way." He laughed again, thinking, "What a careful conscience." He retained only one more impression. He was dully aware that some time had passed. He shivered. He thought the wind had grown angry with him, for it no longer whispered. It shrieked, and he could make nothing of its wrath. He struggled frantically to emerge from the pit. The quality of the blackness deepened. His fright grew. He felt himself slipping, slowly at first, then faster down into impossible depths. And there was nothing at all he could do to save himself. "Go away, for God's sakes, go away." Bobby thought he was speaking to the somber figure in the mask. His voice aroused him to one more effort at escape, but he felt that there was no use. He was too deep. Something hurt his eyes. He opened them and for a time was blinded by a narrow shaft of sunlight resting on his face. With an effort he moved his head to one side and closed his eyes again. At first merely thankful that he had escaped from the black hell, trying to control his sensations of physical evil. Subtle curiosity forced its way into his sick brain and stung him wide awake. This time his eyes remained open, staring about him, dilating with a wilder fright than he had experienced in the dark mazes of his nightmare adventure. He had never seen this place before. He lay on the floor of an empty room. The shaft of sunlight that had aroused him entered through a crack in one of the tightly drawn blinds. There was dust and grime on the walls, and cobweb clustered in the corners. In the silence, deserted room, the beating of his heart became audible. He struggled to a sitting posture. He gasped for breath. He knew it was very cold in here, but perspiration moistened his face. He could recall no such suffering as this since, when a boy, he had slipped from the crisis of a destructive fever. Had he been drugged? But he had been with friends. There was no motive. What house was this? Was it, like this room, empty and deserted? How had he come here? For the first time he went through that dreadful process of trying to draw from the black pit useful memories. He started, recalling the strange voice and its warning, for his shoes lay near by as though he might have dropped them carelessly when he had entered the room, and stretched himself on the floor. Damp earth adhered to the soles. The leather above was scratched. Then, he thought, that much is right. I was in the woods. What was I doing there? That dim figure, my imagination. He suffered the agony of a man who realized that he has wandered unawares in strange places, and retains no recollection of his actions, of his intentions. He went back to that last unclouded moment in the cafe with Maria Paredes and the stranger. Where had he gone after he had left them? He had looked at his watch. He had told himself he must catch the 12:15 train. He must have gone from the restaurant proceeding automatically and caught the train. That would account for the sensation of motion in a swift vehicle, and perhaps there had been a taxi cab to the station. Doubtless, in the woods near the cedars, he had decided it was too late to go in, or that it was wiser not to. He had answered to the necessity of sleeping somewhere. But why had he come here? Where, indeed, was he? At least he could answer that. He drew on his shoes, a pair of patent leather pumps. He fumbled for his handkerchief, thinking he would brush the earth from them. He searched each of his pockets. His handkerchief was gone. No matter. He got to his feet, lurching for a moment dizzily. He glanced with distaste at his rumpled evening clothing. To hide it as far as possible, he buttoned his overcoat collar over his neck. On tiptoe he approached the door and, with the emotion of a thief, opened it quietly. He sighed. The rest of the house was as empty as this room. The hall was thick with dust. The rear door by which he must have entered stood half open. The lock was broken and rusty. He commenced to understand. There was a deserted farmhouse less than 2 miles from the Cedars. Since he'd always known about it, it wasn't unusual he should have taken shelter there after deciding not to go into his grandfather. He stepped through the doorway to the unkempt yard about whose tumbled fences the woods advanced thickly. He recognized the place. For some time he stood ashamed, yet fair enough to seek the cause of his experience in some mental unhealth deeper than any reaction from last night's folly. He glanced at his watch. It was after 2 o'clock. The mournful neighborhood, the growing chill in the air, the sullen sky urged him away. He walked down the road. Of course he couldn't go to the Cedars in this condition. He would return to his apartment in New York, where he could bathe, change his clothes, recover from this feeling of physical ill, and remember perhaps something more. It wasn't far to the little village on the railroad, and at this hour there were plenty of trains. He hoped no one he knew would see him at the station. He smiled wearily. What difference did that make? He might as well face old Blackburn himself as he was. By this time the thing was done. The new will had been made. He was penniless and an outcast, but his furtive manner clung. He didn't want Katherine to see him like this. From the entrance of the village it was only a few steps to the station. Several carriages stood at the platform, testimony that a train was nearly due. He prayed that it would be for New York. He didn't want to wait around. He didn't want to risk Katherine's driving in on some errand. His mind, intent only on escaping prying eyes, was drawn by a man who stepped from behind a carriage and started across the roadway in his direction, staring at him incredulously. His quick apprehension vanished. He couldn't recall that surprised face. There was no harm being seen, miserable as he was, dressed as he was, by this stranger. He looked at him closer. The man was plainly clothed. He had a small, sharp eyes. His hairless face was intricately wrinkled. His lips were thin, making a straight line. To avoid him, Bobby stepped aside, thinking he must be going past, but the stranger stopped and placed a firm hand on Bobby's shoulder. He spoke in a quick, authoritative voice. "Certainly you are Mr. Robert Blackburn." For Bobby, in his nervous, bewildered condition, there was an ominous note in this surprise, this assurance, this peremptory greeting. "What's amazing about that?" he jerked out. The stranger's lips parted in a straight smile. "Amazing. That's the word I was thinking of. Hope you might come in from New York. Seemed you were here all the time." "That's a good one on me, a very good one." The beating of Bobby's heart was more pronounced than it had been in the deserted house. He asked himself why he should shrink from this stranger who had an air of threatening him. The answer lay in that black pit of last night and this morning. The man would tell him how. "You mean," he asked with dry lips, "that you've been looking for me? Who are you? Please take your hand off." The stranger's grasp tightened. "Not so fast, Mr. Robert Blackburn. I dare say you haven't just now come from the Cedars." No. I'm on my way to New York. There's a train soon, I think." His voice trailed away. The stranger's straight smile widened. He commenced to laugh harshly and uncouthly. "Sure there's a train, but you don't want to take it. And why haven't you been at the Cedars? Grandpa's death grieve you too much to go near his body?" Bobby drew back. The shock robbed him for a moment of the power to reason. "Dead? The old man? How?" The stranger's smile faded. "Here it is, nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're all dressed up for last night. That's lucky." Bobby couldn't meet the narrow eyes. "Who are you?" The stranger with his free hand threw back his coat lapel. "My name's Howells. I'm the county detective. I'm on the case because your grandfather died very strangely. He was murdered, very cleverly murdered. Queerest case I've ever handled. What do you think?" In his own ears, Bobby's voice sounded as remote and unreal as it had through the blackness last night. "Why do you talk to me like this?" "Because I'll tell you I'm on the case, and I want you to turn about and go straight to the Cedars." "This is absurd. You mean you suspect? You're placing me under arrest?" The detective's straight smile returned. "How we jump at conclusions. I'm simply telling you not to bother me with questions. I'm telling you to go straight to the Cedars, where you'll stay. Understand? You'll stay there until you're wanted. Until you're wanted." The merciless repetition settled it for Bobby. He knew it would be dangerous to talk or argue. Moreover, he craved an opportunity to think, to probe farther into the black pit. He turned and walked away. When he reached the last houses, he glanced back. The detective remained in the middle of the road, staring after him with that straight and satisfied smile. Bobby walked on, his shaking hands tightly clenched, muttering to himself, "I've got to remember. Good God, I've got to remember. It's the only way I can ever know he's not right, that I'm not a murderer." End of Chapter 1, Section 2 of The Abandoned Room. Part 1 of Chapter 2 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 2, Section 1. The Case Against Bobby. Bobby hurried down the road in the direction of the Cedars. Always he tried desperately to recall what had occurred during those black hours last night and this morning before he had awakened in the empty house near his grandfather's home. All that remained were his sensation of travel in a swift vehicle, his impression of standing in the forest near the Cedars, his glimpse of the masked figure which he had called his conscience, the echo in his brain of a dreamlike voice saying, "Take off your shoes and carry them in your hand. Always do that. It's the only safe way." These facts, then, alone were clear to him. He had wandered unconscious in the neighborhood. His grandfather had been strangely murdered. The detective who had met him in the village practically accused him of the murder. And he couldn't remember. He turned back to his last clear recollections, when he had experienced his first symptoms of slipping consciousness. He had been in the cafe in New York with Carlos Paredes, Maria the dancer, and the strange man whom Maria had brought to the table. Through them he might, to an extent, trace his movements, unless they had put him in a cab, thinking he would catch the train of which he had talked for the Cedars. Already the forest crowded the narrow, curving road. The Blackburn place was in the midst of an arid thicket of stunted pines, oaks, and cedars. Old Blackburn had never done anything to improve the estate or its surroundings. Steadily, during his lifetime, it had grown more gloomy, less habitable. With the silent forest thick about him, Bobby realized that he was no longer alone. A crackling twig or a loose stone struck by a foot might have warned him. He went slower, glancing restlessly over his shoulder. He saw no one, but that idea of stealthy pursuit persisted. Undoubtedly, it was the detective Howells who followed him, hoping, perhaps, that he would make some mad effort at escape. "That," he muttered, "is probably the reason he didn't arrest me at the station." Bobby, however, had no thought of escape. He was impatient to reach the Cedars, where he might learn all that Howells hadn't told him about his grandfather's death. A high wooden fence straggled through the forest. The driveway swung from the road through a broad gateway. The gate stood open. Bobby remembered that it had been old Blackburn's habit to keep it closed. He entered and hurried among the trees to the edge of the lawn in the center of which the house stood. Feeling as guilty as the detective thought him, he paused there and examined the house for some sign of life. At first it seemed as dead as the forest stripped by autumn, almost as gloomy and arid as the wilderness which straggled close about it. He had no eye for the symmetry of its wings, which formed the court in the center of which an abandoned fountain stood. He studied the windows, picturing Catherine alone, surrounded by the complications of this unexpected tragedy. His feeling of an inimical watchfulness persisted. A clicking sound swung him back to the house. The front door had been opened, and in the black frame of the doorway, as he looked, Catherine and Graham appeared, and he knew the resolution of his last doubt was at hand. Catherine had thrown a cloak over her graceful figure. Her sunny hair strayed in the wind, but her face, while it had lost nothing of its beauty, projected even at this distance a sense of weariness, of anxiety, of utter fear. Bobby was grateful for Graham's presence. It was like the man to assume his responsibilities. to sacrifice himself in his service. He straightened. He must meet these two. Through his own wretched appearance and position, he must develop for Catherine more clearly than ever Graham's superiority. He stepped out, calling softly, "Catherine!" She started. She turned in his direction and came swiftly toward him. She spread her hands. "Bobby, Bobby, where have you been?" There were tears in her eyes. They were like tears that have been too long coming. He took her hands. Her fingers were cold. They twitched in his. "Look at me, Catherine," he said hoarsely. "I'm sorry." Graham came up. He spoke with apparent difficulty. "You've not been home. Then what happened last night? Quick, tell us what you did. Everything." "I've seen the detective," he answered. "He's told you too? Be careful. I think he's back there watching and listening." Catherine freed her hands. The tears had dried. She shook a little. "Then you were at the station," she said. "You must have come from New York. But I tried so hard to get you there. For hours I telephoned and telegraphed. Then I got Hartley. Come away from the trees so we can talk without being overheard." As they moved to the center of the open space, Graham indicated Bobby's evening clothes. "Why are you dressed like that, Bobby? You did come from town. You can tell us everything you did last night after I left you, and early this morning." Bobby shook his head. His answer was reluctant. "I didn't come from New York just now. I was evidently here last night, and I can't remember. Hardly. I remember scarcely anything." Graham's face whitened. "Tell us," he begged. "You've got to remember," Catherine cried. Bobby, as minutely as he could, recited the few impressions that remained from last night. When he had finished, Graham thought for some time. "Paredes and the dancer," he said at last, "practically forced me away from you last night. It's obvious, Bobby. You must have been drugged." Bobby shook his head. "I thought of that right away, but it won't do. If I had been drugged, I wouldn't have moved around, and I did come out somehow. I managed to get to the empty house to sleep. It's more as if my mind had simply closed, as if it had gone on working its own ends without my knowing anything about it. And that's dreadful, because the detective has practically accused me of murdering my grandfather. How was it done? You see, I know nothing. Tell me how. How he was killed. I can't believe I'm such a beast. Tell me, if I was in the house, some detail might start my memory." So Catherine told her story while Bobby listened, shrinking from some disclosure that would convict him. As she went on, however, his sense of bewilderment increased, and when she had finished, he burst out, "But where is the proof of murder? Where is there even a suggestion? You say the doors were locked and he doesn't show a mark?" "That's what we can't understand," Graham said. "There's no evidence we know anything about that. Your grandfather's heart didn't simply give out, but the detective is absolutely certain. And there's no use mincing matters, Bobby. He believes he has proof to convict you. He won't tell me what. He simply smiles and refuses to talk." "The motive?" Bobby asked. Graham looked at him curiously. Catherine turned away. "Of course," Bobby cried with a sharpened discomfort. "I'd forgotten. The money. The new will he had planned to make. The money's mine now, but if he had lived until this morning, it never would have been." "I see." "It is a powerful motive," Graham said, "for anyone who doesn't know you." "But," Bobby answered, "Howells has got to prove first that my grandfather was murdered. The autopsy." "Coroner's out of the county," Graham replied, "and Howells won't have an assistant." Dr. Groom's waiting in the house. We're expecting the coroner almost any time." Bobby spoke rapidly. "If he calls it murder, Hartley, there's one thing we've got to find out. What my grandfather was afraid of." "Tell me again, Catherine, everything he said about me. I can't believe he could have been afraid of me." "He called you," Catherine answered, "a waster. He said, 'God knows what he'll do next.' He said he'd ordered you out last night and he hadn't had a word from you, but that he'd made up his mind anyway. He was going to have his lawyer this morning and change his will, leaving all his money to the Bedford Foundation, except a little annuity for me. He grew sentimental and said he had no faith left in his flesh and blood, and that it was sad to grow old with nobody caring for him except to covet his money. I asked him if he were afraid of you, and all he answered was, 'You and Bobby are thicker than thieves.' Oh yes, when I saw him for the last time in the hall, he said there was nothing for me to worry about except you. That's all. I remember perfectly. He said nothing more about you." "I wonder," Bobby muttered, "if a jury wouldn't think it enough." Catherine shook her head. "There seems so much more than that behind his fear," she said. "As I told you, he gave me a feeling of superstition. I never once was afraid of a murderer, of a man in the house. I was afraid of something queer and active, but not human." Bobby straightened. "Would you," he asked, "call a man going about in an aphasia quite human? Somnambulists do unaccountable things, such as overcoming locked doors." "Don't, Bobby, don't!" Catherine cried. "Shh! Quiet!" Graham warned. A foot scraped on gravel. "Maybe the detective," Bobby suggested. He stared at the bend, expecting to see the stiff, plain figure of the detective emerge from the forest. Instead, with a dawning amazement, he watched Carlos Paredes stroll into view. The Panamanian was calm and immaculate. His Van Dyke beard was neatly trimmed and combed. As he advanced, he puffed in leisurely fashion at a cigarette. Graham flushed. "After last night he has the nerve." "Be decent to him," Bobby urged. "He might help me. Might clear up last night." "I wonder," Graham mused, "to what extent he could clear it up if he wished." Paredes threw his cigarette away as he came closer. Solemnly he shook hands with Catherine and Bobby, expressing a profound sympathy. Even then Bobby remarked that those reserved features let slip no positive emotion. The man turned to Graham. "Our little difference of last evening," he said suavely, "will, I hope, evaporate in this atmosphere of unexpected sorrow. If I was in the wrong, I deeply regret it. My one wish now is to join you in being of use to Bobby and Miss Catherine in their bereavement. I saw the account in a paper at luncheon. I came as quickly as possible." Graham answered this smooth effrontery with a blunt question. "Do you know that Bobby is in very real trouble, that he may be implicated in Mr. Blackburn's death?" Paredes flung up his hands, but Bobby, looking for emotion in the sallow face, then found none. Paredes' features, it occurred to him, were exactly like a mask. Bobby checked himself. In his unhealthy way, Paredes had been a good friend. The man's voice flowed smoothly, demanding particulars. "But this," he said, when they had told him what they could, "changes the situation. I must stay here. I must watch that detective and learn what he has up his sleeve." Graham turned away. "I've tried. Maybe you'll succeed better than I." "Then you'll excuse me," Paredes said quickly. "I should like your permission to telephone to my hotel in New York for some clothing. I want to see this through." The three looked at each other. Catherine and Graham seemed about to speak. Bobby wouldn't let them. "Carlos," he said, "you might help me. I'm almost afraid to ask. What happened in the cafe last night? The last thing I remember distinctly is sitting there with you and Maria and a stranger she had introduced. I didn't get his name. What did I do? Did anyone leave the place with me?" Paredes smiled a little, shaking his head. "You behaved as if Mr. Graham's earlier fears had been accomplished. You insisted you were going to catch your train. I didn't think it wise, so I went to the cloakroom with you, intending to see you home. Somehow, just the same, you gave me the slip." "You oughtn't to have let him get away," Graham said. Paredes shrugged his shoulders. "You weren't there. You don't know how sly Bobby was." "I suppose it's useless to ask," Graham said. "You saw nothing put in his wine." Paredes laughed. "Is it likely? Certainly not. I should have mentioned it. I should have stopped such a thing. What do you think I am, Mr. Graham?" "Sorry," Graham said. "You must understand we can't let any lead slip. This stranger Maria brought up. I didn't catch his name," Paredes answered. "I'd never seen him before. I gather he was a friend of hers, connected with the profession. Now I shall telephone with your permission, Miss Catherine, and don't you worry, Bobby. I will see you through, but we can't do much until the coroner comes, until the detective can be made to talk." Catherine hesitated for a moment, then she surrendered. "Please go with him, Hartley, and make him as comfortable as you can in this unhappy house." Catherine detained Bobby with a nod. He saw the others go. He shrank in his mental and physical discomfort from his isolation with her. As soon as the door was closed, she touched his hand. She burst out passionately. "I don't believe it, Bobby. I'll never believe it, no matter what happens." "It's sweet of you, Catherine," he said huskily. "That helps when you don't know what to believe yourself. Don't talk that way. Such a crime would never have entered your head under any conditions. Only, Bobby, it ought never to have happened. You ought never to have been in this position. Why have you been friendly with people like that Spaniard? What can he want forcing himself here? At any rate, you'll never lead that sort of life again." Her fingers sought his. He clasped them firmly. "If I get past this," he said, "I'll always look you straight in the eye, Catherine. It was mad, silly. You don't quite understand." He broke off, glancing at the door through which Graham had disappeared. "Then remember," she said softly, "I don't believe it." She released his hand, sighing. "That's all I can say, all I can do now. You're ill, Bobby. Go in, rest for a while. When you've had sleep, you may remember something." He shook his head. He walked slowly with her to the house. As he climbed the stairs, he heard Paredes telephoning. He couldn't understand the man's insistence on remaining where he clearly was an intruder. He entered his bedroom, which he had occupied only once or twice during the last few months. The place seemed unfamiliar. As he bathed and dressed, his sense of strangeness grew, and he understood why. The last time he had been here, he had stood in no personal danger. There had been no black parenthesis in his life during the stretch of which he might have committed an unspeakable crime. For he couldn't believe as firmly as Catherine did. Since he couldn't remember, he might have done anything. "Come," he called in response to a stealthy rapping at the door. Stealth, it occurred to him, had since last night become a stern condition of his life. Graham entered and noiselessly closed the door. "I had a chance to slip in," he explained. Paredes is wandering about the place. I'd give a lot to know what he's after at the Cedars. Catherine is in her room, trying to rest after last night, I fancy. And, Bobby asked, the detective? Howells? If he's back from the station, Graham answered, he's keeping low. I wonder if it was he or Paredes who followed you through the woods. Why should Carlos have followed me? Bobby asked. I've been thinking it over, Hartley. It isn't a bad scheme having him here, since you think he hasn't told all he knows. I don't say that, Graham answered. I don't know what to think about Paredes. I've come to talk about just that. I'm a lawyer, and I've had some criminal practice. Since this detective will be satisfied with you for a victim, I'm going to take your case, if you'll have me. I'll be your detective as well as your lawyer. Bobby was a good deal touched. That's kind of you, more than I deserve, for I have resented you at times. Graham, it was clear, didn't guess he referred to his friendship for Catherine, for he answered quickly, I must have seemed a nuisance, but I was only trying to get you back on the straight path where you've always belonged. I can't believe you did this thing, even unconsciously, until I'm shown proof without a single flaw. Until the autopsy, the only thing we have to work on is that party last night. I've telephoned to New York and put a trustworthy man on the heels of Maria and the stranger. Meantime, I think I'd better watch developments here. Please, Bobby agreed. Stay with me, Hartley, until this man takes some definite action. He picked at the fringe of the window curtain. If the autopsy shows that my grandfather was murdered, he said, either I killed him or else someone has deliberately tried to throw suspicion on me. For with only a motive to go on, this detective wouldn't be so sure. Why in the name of heaven should anyone kill the old man, place all this money in my hands, and at the same time send me to the electric chair? Don't you see how absurd it is that Carlos, Maria, or anyone else should have had a hand in it? There was nothing for them to gain from his death. I've thought and thought in such circles until I am almost convinced of the logic of my guilt. He drew the curtain further back and gazed across the court at the room where his grandfather lay dead. One of the two windows of the room was a little raised, but the blinds were closely drawn. I did hate him, he mused. There's that. Ever since I can remember, he did things to make me despise him. Have you seen him? Graham nodded. Howells took me in. He looked perfectly normal. Not a mark. I don't want to see him, Bobby said. End of Chapter 2, Section 1 of The Abandoned Room. Part 2 of Chapter 2 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 2, Section 2. He drew back from the window, pointing. The detective Howells had strolled into the court. His hands hung at his sides. They didn't swing as he walked. His lips were stretched in that thin, straight smile. He paused by the fountain, glancing for a moment anxiously downward. Then he came on and entered the house. He'll be restless, Graham said, until the coroner comes and proves or disproves his theory of murder. If he questions you, you'd better say nothing for the present. From his point of view, what you remember of last night would be only damaging. I want him to leave me alone, Bobby said. If he doesn't arrest me, I won't have him bullying me. Jenkins knocked and entered. The old butler was as white-faced as Bobby, more tremulous. "The policeman, sir. He's asking for you. Tell him I don't wish to see him." The detective himself stepped from the obscurity of the hall, smiling his queer smile. "Ah, you are here, Mr. Blackburn. I'd like a word with you." He turned to Graham and Jenkins. "Alone, if you please." Bobby mutely agreed, and Graham and the butler went out. The detective closed the door and leaned against it, studying Bobby with his narrow eyes. "I don't suppose," he began, "that there's any use asking you about your movements last night." "None," Bobby answered jerkily, "unless you arrest me and take me before those who ask questions with authority." The detective's smile widened. "No matter. I didn't come to argue with you about that. I was curious to know if you tried to see your grandfather's body." Bobby shook his head. "I took it for granted the room was locked." "Yes," the detective answered, "but some people, it seems, have skillful ways of overcoming locks." He moved to one side, placing his hand on the doorknob. "I've come to open doors for you, to give you the opportunity an affectionate grandson must crave." Bobby hesitated, fighting back his feeling of repulsion, his first instinct to refuse. The detective might take it as an evidence against him. On the other hand, if he went, the man would unquestionably try to tear from a meeting between the living and the dead some valuable confirmation of his theory. "Well," the detective said, "what's the matter?" "Thought the least I could do was to give you a chance. Wouldn't do it for everybody." "Then everybody hasn't your affectionate nature," Bobby advanced. "For God's sake, stop mocking me. I'll go, since you wish." The detective opened the door and stood aside to let Bobby pass. "Dare say you know the room, the way to it." Bobby didn't answer. He went along the corridor and into the main hall where Catherine had met Silas Blackburn last night. He fought back his aversion and entered the corridor of the old wing. He heard the detective behind him. He was aware of the man's narrow eyes watching him with a malicious assurance. Bobby, with a feeling of discomfort, sprung in part from the gloomy passageway, paused before the door his grandfather had had the unaccountable whim of entering last night. The detective took a key from his pocket and inserted it in the lock. "Had some trouble repairing the lock this morning," he said. "That fellow, Jenkins, entered with a heavy hand, a good deal heavier than whoever was here before him." He opened the door. "Queerest case I've ever seen," he mumbled. "Step in, Mr. Blackburn." Because of the drawn blinds, the room was nearly as dark as the corridor. Bobby entered slowly, his nerves taut. Against the farther wall, the bed was like an enormous shadow, without form. "Stay where you are," the detective warned, "until I give you more light. You know I wouldn't want you to touch anything, because the room is exactly as it was when he was murdered." Bobby experienced a swift impulse to strangle the brutal word in the detective's throat, but he stood still while the man went to the bureau, struck a match, and applied it to a candle. The wick burned reluctantly. It flickered in the wind that slipped past the curtains of the open window. "Come here," the detective commanded roughly. Bobby dragged himself forward until he stood at the foot of the four-poster bed. The detective lifted the candle and held it beneath the canopy. "You look all you want now, Mr. Robert Blackburn," he said grimly. Bobby conquered the desire to close his eyes, to refuse to obey. He stared at his grandfather, and a feeling of wonder grew upon him. for Silas Blackburn rested peacefully in the great bed. His eyes were closed. The thick grey brows were no longer gathered in the frown too familiar to Bobby. The face with its grey beard retained no fear, no record of a great shock. Bobby glanced at the detective, who bent over the bed, watching him out of his narrow eyes. "Why," he asked simply, "do you say he was murdered?" "He was murdered," the detective answered. "Murdered in cold blood. And look you here, young fellow, I know who did it. I'm going to strap that man in the electric chair. He's got just one chance. If he talks out, if he makes a clean breast of it." Across the body he bent closer. He held the candle so that its light searched Bobby's face instead of the dead man's, and the uncertain flame was like an ambush for his eyes. In response to those intolerable words, Bobby's sick nerves stretched too tight. No masquerade remained before this huntsman who had his victim trapped and calmly studied his agony. The horror of the accusation shot at him across the body of the man he couldn't be sure he hadn't murdered, robbed him of his last control. He cried out hysterically, "Why don't you do something? For God's sakes, why don't you arrest me?" A chuckle came from the man in ambush behind the yellow flame. "Listen to the boy. What's he talking about? Grief for his grandfather? That's what it is. Grief." "Stop!" Bobby shouted. "It's what you've been accusing me with ever since you stopped me at the station." He indicated the silent form of the old man. "You keep telling me I murdered him. Why don't you arrest me then? Why don't you lock me up? Why don't you put the case on a reasonable basis?" He waited, trembling. The flame continued to flicker, but the hand holding the candlestick failed to move, and Bobby knew that the eyes didn't waver either. He forced his glance from the searching flame. He managed to lower and steady his voice. "You can't. That's the trouble. He wasn't murdered. The coroner will tell you so. Anybody who looks at him will tell you so. Since you haven't the nerve to arrest me, I'm going. I'm glad to have had this out with you. Understand, I'm my own master. I do what I please. I go where I please." At last the candle moved to one side. The detective straightened and walked to Bobby. The multitude of small lines in his face twitched. His voice was too cold for the fury of his words. "That's just what I wanted you to do. Damn you, anything you please. I'm accusing nobody, but I'm getting somebody. I've got somebody right now for this old man's murder. My man's going to writhe and burn in the chair. Confession or no confession. Now get out of this room since you're so anxious, and don't come near it again." Bobby went. At the end of the corridor he heard the closing of the door, the scraping of the key. He was afraid the detective might follow him to his room to heckle him further. To avoid that he hurried to the lower floor. He wanted to be alone. He must have time to accustom himself to this degrading fate which loomed in the too close future. Unless they could demolish the detective's theory, he, Bobby Blackburn, would go to the death house. A fire blazed in the big hall fireplace. Paredes stood with his back to it, smoking and warming his hands. A man sat in the shadow of a deep leather chair, his rough, unpolished boots stretched toward the flaming logs. As he came down the stairs, Bobby heard the heavy, rumbling voice of the man in the chair. "Certainly it's a queer case, but not the way Howells means. I dare say the old fool died what the world will call a natural death. If you smoke so much you will, too, before long." Bobby tried to slip past, but Paredes saw him. "Feeling better, Bobby?" The boots were drawn in. From the depths of the chair arose a figure nearly gigantic in the firelight. The man's face, at first glance, appeared to be covered with hair. black and curling. It straggled over his forehead, it circled his mouth, and fell in an unkempt beard down his waistcoat. The huge man must have been as old as Silas Blackburn, but he showed no touch of grey. His only concession to age was the sunken and bloodshot appearance of his eyes. Bobby and Catherine had always been afraid of this great grim country practitioner who had attended their childish illnesses. That sense of an overpowering and incomprehensible personality had lingered. Even through his graver fear, Bobby felt a sharp discomfort as he surrendered his hand to the other's absorbing grasp. "I'm afraid you came too late this time, Dr. Groom." The doctor looked him up and down. "Not for you, I guess," he grumbled. "Don't you know you're sick, boy?" Bobby shook his head. "I'm very tired, that's all. I'm on my way to the library to try to rest." He freed his hand. The big man nodded approvingly. "I'll send you a dose," he promised. "And don't you worry about your grandfather's having been murdered by any man. I've seen the body. Stuff and nonsense. Detective's an ass. Waiting for coroner, although I know he's one too." "I pray," Bobby answered listlessly, "that you're right. If there's any little thing I can do," Paredes offered formally. No, thanks," Bobby answered. He went on to the library. He glanced with an unpleasant shrinking from the door of the enclosed staircase leading to the private hall just outside the room in which his grandfather lay dead. There was no fire here, but he wrapped himself in a rug and lay on the broad, high-backed lounge which was drawn close to the fireplace, facing it. His complete weariness conquered his premonitions, his feelings of helplessness. The entrance of Jenkins barely aroused him. "Where are you, Mr. Robert?" "Here," Bobby answered sleepily. The butler walked to the lounge and looked over the back. "To be sure, sir. I didn't see you here." He held out a glass. "Dr. Groom said you were to drink this. It would make you sleep, sir." Bobby closed his eyes again. "Put it on the table where I can reach it when I want it." "Yes, sir, Mr. Robert." "The policeman. Did he say anything? If I might be so bold as to ask?" "Go away," Bobby groaned. "Leave me in peace." And peace for a little time came to him. It was the sound of voices in the rooms that aroused him. He lay for a while, scarcely knowing where he was, but little by little the sickening truth came back, and he realized that it was Graham and the detective, Howells, who talked close to the window, and Graham had already fulfilled his promise. Bobby didn't want to eavesdrop, but it was patent he would embarrass Graham by disclosing himself now, and it was likely Graham would be glad of a witness to anything the detective might say. It was still light. A ray from the low sun entered the window and rested on the door of the enclosed staircase. Graham's anxious demand was the first thing Bobby heard distinctly, the thing that warned him to remain secreted. "I think now, with the coroner on his way, it's time you defined your suspicions a trifle more clearly. I am a lawyer. In a sense, I represent young Mr. Blackburn. Please tell me why you are so sure his grandfather was murdered." "All right," the detective's level voice came back. "Half an hour ago I would have said no again, but now I've got the evidence I wanted. I appreciate, Mr. Graham, that you're a friend of that young rascal, and what I have to say isn't pleasant for a friend to hear. But first, you want to know why I'm so sure the case is murder, in spite of the doctor who made his diagnosis without really looking." "Go on," Graham said softly. Bobby waited, his nerves as tense as they had grown in the presence of the dead man. 2 days ago," the detective went on quietly, Old Mr. Blackburn came to the courthouse in Smithtown and asked for the best detective the district attorney could put his hand on. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I've got away with one or two pretty fair jobs. I've had good offers from private firms in New York, so they turned him over to me. It was easy to see the old man was scared, just as his niece says he was last night. The funny part was he wouldn't say definitely what he was afraid of. I thought he might be shielding somebody until he was a little surer of his ground. He told me he was afraid of being murdered, and he wanted a good man he could call on to come out here to the Cedars if things got too hot for him. I can hear his voice now as distinctly as if he was standing where you are. My heart's all right, he said. It won't stop a while yet unless it's made to. So if I'm found cold some fine morning, you can be sure I was put out of the way. I tried to pump him, naturally, but he wouldn't say another word except that he'd send for me if there was time. He didn't want any fuss made, and he gave me a handsome present to keep my mouth shut and not to bother him with any more questions. I figured, you can't blame me, Mr. Graham, that the old boy was a little cracked, so I took his money and let it go at that. I didn't think much more about it until they told me early this morning he lay dead here under peculiar circumstances. Odd, Graham commented. It does make it more like murder, Howells. But he doesn't look like a murdered man. When you know as much about crime as I do, Mr. Graham, you'll realize that murders which are a long time planning are likely to take on one of two appearances: suicide or natural death. All right, Graham said, for the purpose of argument, let us agree it's murder. Even so, why do you suspect young Blackburn? Without a scrap of evidence, it's plain as the nose on your face, the detective answered. If old Blackburn had lived until this morning, our young man would have been a pauper. As it is, he's a millionaire, but I don't think he'll enjoy his money. The two had been at sword's point for a long time. Robert hated the old man, never made any bones about it. You couldn't ask for a more damaging motive. You can't convict a man on motive, Graham said shortly. You spoke of evidence. More, the detective replied, than any jury in the land would ask. Bobby held his breath, shrinking from this information, which, however, he realized it was better he should know. When I got here, the detective said, I decided on the theory of murder to make a careful search as soon as day broke. I didn't have to wait for day, though, to find one crying piece of evidence. For a long time I was alone in the room with the body. Queer feeling about that room, Mr. Graham. Don't know how to describe it except to say it's uncomfortable. Too old, maybe. Maybe it was just being there alone with the dead men before the dawn. Although I thought I was hardened to that sort of thing. Anyway, I didn't like it. To keep my spirits up as well as to save time, I commenced searching the place with a candle. Nothing about the bed, nothing in the closets or the bureau. He grinned sheepishly. You know, I kind of was afraid to open the closet doors. Then I got on my knees and looked under the bed. The light was bad and I didn't see anything at first. After a minute, close against the wall, I noticed something white. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a handkerchief, and it had a monogram, Mr. Graham, R.B. in purple and green. He paused. Graham exclaimed sharply. Bobby felt the net tighten. If that evidence was conclusive to the others, how much more so was it for him? He recalled how, after awakening in the empty house, he had searched unsuccessfully in all his pockets for his handkerchief, intending to brush the dirt from his shoes. I went to his room, the detective hurried on, and found a lot of his clothes and his stationery and his toilet articles marked with the same cipher. I knew my man had made a big mistake, the sort of mistake every criminal makes no matter how clever he is, and I had him. But that isn't by any means all. Don't look so distressed, Mr. Graham. There isn't the slightest chance for him. You see, I repaired the lock, and as soon as it was day, closed the room and went outside to look for signs. Since nightfall, no one had come legitimately through the court except Dr. Groom and myself. Our footprints were all right, making a straight line along the path to the front door. In the soft earth by the fountain, I found another and a smaller print, made by a very neat shoe, sir, and I said to myself, there is almost certainly the footprint of the murderer. There were plenty of others coming across the grass. He evidently avoided the path, and there was one directly under the open window where the body lies. It's still there. Perhaps you can see it. No matter. That's the last one I found. The prints ceased there. There wasn't a one going back, and I was fair up a stump. Then I saw a little undefined sign of pressure on the grass, and I got an idea. Suppose, I say, my man took his shoes off and went around in his stockinged feet. I couldn't understand, though, why he hadn't thought of that before. I went back to Robert Blackburn's room and got one of his shoes, and ran into a snag again. The sole of the shoe was a trifle larger than the footprints. Every one of his shoes I tried was the same way. I argued that the handkerchief was enough, but I wanted this other evidence. I simply had to clear up these queer footprints. I figured, since the murder had been made to look so much like a natural death, that he'd come out here sometime today expecting to carry it off. I wanted to go to the station, anyway, to find out if he'd been seen coming through last night or early this morning. While I was talking to the station agent, I had my one piece of luck. I couldn't believe my eyes. Mr. Roberts walks up from the woods. He'd been hiding around the neighborhood all the time. Probably had missed his handkerchief and decided he'd better not take any chances. Yet it must have seemed a pretty sure thing that the station wouldn't be watched. And it's those nervy things, doing the obvious, that skillful criminals get away with all the time. I needed only one look at him, and I had the answer to the mystery of the footprints. I gave him plenty of time to come here and change his clothes. Then I maneuvered him out of his room and went there and found the pumps he'd worn last night and today. You see, they'd be a little smaller than his ordinary shoes. Not only did they fit the footprints exactly, but they were stained with soil exactly like that in the court. There you are, sir. I made a plaster cast of one of the prints. I've got it here in my pocket, where I intend to keep it until I clear the whole case up and turn in my report. Graham's tone was shocked and discouraged. What more do you want? Why haven't you arrested him? In this room, the detective's satisfied chuckle was an offense. No good detective would ask that, Mr. Graham. I want my report clean. The coroner will tell us how the old man was killed. I want to tell you how young Blackburn got into that room. One of the windows was raised a trifle, but that's no use. I figured on the outside of the wing until I'm dizzy. There's no way up for a normal man. An orangutan would make hard work of it. His latchkey would have let him into the house, and it would have been simple enough for him to find out that the old man had changed his room. I've got to find out how he got past those doors, locked on the inside. He chuckled again, almost like a sleepwalker's work. Bobby shivered. Was that where the evidence pointed? Already the net was too finely woven, the detective continued earnestly. I'm figuring on some scheme to make him show me the way. I've sort of a plan for tonight, but it's only a chance. What? Graham asked. Oh, no, sir. Howells laughed. You'll learn about that when the time comes. I don't understand you, Graham said. You're sure of your man, but you keep no close watch on him. Do you know where he is now? Haven't the slightest idea, Mr. Graham. What's to prevent his running away? I'm offering him every opportunity. He wouldn't get far, and I've a feeling that if he confessed by running, he'd break down and give up the whole thing. You've no idea how it frets me, Mr. Graham. I've got my man practically in the chair. But from a professional point of view, it isn't a pretty piece of work until I find out how he got in and out of that room. The thing seems impossible, and yet here we are, knowing that he did it. Well, maybe I'll find out tonight. Hello. The door opened. Bobby, from his hiding place, could see Paredes on the threshold, yawning and holding a cigarette in his fingers. Here you are, he said drowsily. I've just been in the court. It made me seek company. The court's too damp, Mr. Detective. His laugh was lackadaisical. When the sun leaves it, the court seems full of unfriendly things, what the ignorant would call ghosts. I'm Spanish, and I know. The detective grunted. Funny, Paredes went on. Observation doesn't seem to interest you. I'd rather fancied it might. He yawned again and put his cigarette to his lips. Puffing placidly, he turned and left. What do you suppose he means by that? The detective said to Graham. Without waiting for an answer, he followed Paredes from the room. Graham went after him. Bobby threw back the rug and arose. For a moment he was as curious as the others as to Paredes' intention. He slipped across the dining room. The hall was deserted. The front door stood open. From the court came Paredes' voice, even, languid, wholly without expression. Mean to tell me you don't react to the proximity of unaccountable forces here, Mr. Howells? The detective's laugh was disagreeable. You're trying to make a fool of me. That isn't healthy. As Bobby hurried across the hall and up the stairs, he heard Paredes answer. You should speak to Dr. Groom. He says this place is too crowded by the unpleasant past. Bobby climbed out of hearing. He entered his bedroom and locked the door. He resented Paredes' words and attitude, which he defined as studied to draw humor out of a tragic and desperate situation. He thought of them in no other way. His tired mind dismissed them. He threw himself on the bed, muttering, If I run away, I'm done for. If I stay, I'm done for. He took a fierce, twisted joy in one phase of the situation. If I was there last night, he thought, Howells would never find out how I got into the room, because, no matter what trap he sets, I can't tell him. His leaden weariness closed his eyes. For a few minutes he slept again. Once more it was a voice that awakened him, this time a woman's, raised in a scream. He sprang up, flung open the door, and stumbled into the corridor. Catherine stood there, holding her dressing gown about her with trembling hands. The face she turned to Bobby was white and panic-stricken. She beckoned, and he followed her to the main hall. The others came tearing up the stairs. Graham, Paredes, the detective, and the black and gigantic doctor. In answer to their quick questions, she whispered breathlessly, I heard. It was just like last night. It came across the court and stole in at my window. She shook. She stretched out her hands in a terrified appeal. Something moved in that room where he's dead. "Nonsense," the detective said. "Both doors are locked, and I have the keys in my pocket." Paredes fumbled with a cigarette. "You're forgetting what I said about my sensitive apprehension of strange things." The detective interrupted him loudly, confidently. "I tell you the room is empty except for the murdered man, unless someone's broken down a door." Catherine cried out, "No, I heard the same stirring. Something moved in there." The detective turned brusquely and entered the old corridor. "We'll see." The others followed. Catherine was close to Bobby. He touched her hand. "He's right, Catherine. No one's there. No one could have been there. You mustn't give way like this. I'm depending on you, on your faith." She pressed his hand, but her assurance didn't diminish. The key scraped in the lock. They crowded through the doorway after the detective. He struck a match and lighted the candle. He held it over the bed. He sprang back with a sharp cry. Unlike his level quality, his confident conceit, he pointed. They all approximated his helpless gesture, his blank amazement, for on the bed had occurred an abominable change. The body of Silas Blackburn no longer lay peacefully on its back. It had been turned on its side and remained in a stark and awkward attitude. For the first time the back of the head was disclosed. Their glances focused there, on the tiny round hole at the base of the brain, on the pillow where the head had rested, and which they saw now was stained with an ugly and irregular splotch of blood. Bobby saw the candle quiver at last in the detective's hand. The man strode to the door leading to the private hall and examined the lock. "Both doors," he said, "were locked. There was no way in." He turned to the others, spreading his hands in justification. The candle, which he seemed to have forgotten, cast gross moving shadows over his face and over the face of the dead man. "At least you'll all grant me now that he was murdered." They continued to stare at the body of Silas Blackburn. Cold for many hours, it was as if he had made this atrocious revealing movement to assure them that he had, indeed, been murdered, to expose to their startled eyes the sly and deadly method. End of Chapter 2, Section 2 of The Abandoned Room.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 3, Part 1. Howells delivers himself to the abandoned room. For a long time no one spoke. The body of Silas Blackburn had been alone in a locked room, yet before their eyes it lay, turned on its side as if to inform them of the fashion of this murder. The tiny hole at the base of the brain, the blood stain on the pillow which the head had concealed, offered their mute and ghastly testimony. Dr. Groom was the first to relax. He raised his great hairy hand to the bedpost and grasped it. His rumbling voice lacked its usual authority, vibrated with a childish wonder. "I remember that it isn't the first time there's been blood from a man's head on that pillow." Catherine nodded. "What do you mean?" the detective snarled. "There's only one answer to this. There must have been a mechanical post-mortem reaction." For a moment Dr. Groom's laugh filled the old room. It ceased abruptly. "Don't be a fool, Mr. Policeman. At the most conservative estimate this man has been dead for more than 13 hours. Even a few instants after death the human body is incapable of any such reaction." "What then?" the detective asked. "Some one of us, one of the servants, must have overcome the locks again and deliberately disturbed the body. That must be so, but I don't get the motive." "It isn't so," Dr. Groom answered bluntly. Already the detective had to a large extent controlled his bewilderment. "I'd like your theory, then," he said dryly. You and Mr. Paredes have already been gossiping about the supernatural. When you first came, you hinted dark things. You said he'd probably died what the world would call a natural death." "I meant," the doctor answered, "only that Mr. Blackburn's heart might have failed under the impulse of a sudden fright in this room. I also said, you remember, that the room was nasty and unhealthy. Plenty of people have remarked it before me." Graham touched the detective's arm. "A little while ago you admitted yourself that the room was uncomfortable." Doctor Groom smiled. The detective faced him with a fierce belligerency. "You'll agree he was murdered?" "Certainly, if you wish to call it that. But I ask for the sharp instrument that caused death. I want to know how, while Blackburn lay on his back, it was inserted through the bed, the springs, the mattress, and the pillow." "What are you driving at?" Doctor Groom pointed to the dead man. "I merely repeat that this isn't the first time that pillow's been stained from unusual wounds in the head. Being, as you call it, a trifle superstitious, I merely ask if the coincidence is significant." Katherine cried out. Bobby, in spite of his knowledge that sooner or later he would be arrested for his grandfather's murder, stepped forward, nodding. "I know what you mean, Doctor." "Anybody," the doctor said, "who's ever heard of this house knows what I mean. We needn't talk of that." The detective, however, was insistent. Paredes, in his unemotional way, expressed an equal curiosity. Bobby and Katherine had been frightened as children by the stories clustering about the old wing. They nodded from time to time while the doctor held them in the desolate room with the dead man, speaking of the other deaths as it had sheltered. Silas Blackburn's great-grandfather, he told the detective, had been carried to that bed from a Revolutionary skirmish with a bullet at the base of his brain. For many hours he had raved deliriously, fighting unsuccessfully against the final silence. It has been a legend in the family, as these young people will tell you, that Blackburns die hard, and there are those who believe that people who die hard leave something behind them, something that clings to the physical surroundings of their suffering. If it was only that one case! But it goes on and on. Silas Blackburn's father, for instance, killed himself here. He'd lost his money in silly speculations. He stood where you stand, detective, and blew his brains out. He fell over and lay where his son lies, his head on that pillow. Silas Blackburn was a money grubber. He started with nothing but this property, and he had made a fortune, but even he had enough imagination to lock this room up after one more death of that kind. It was this girl's grandfather. You were too young, Katherine, to remember it, but I took care of him. I saw it. He was carried here after he had been struck at the back of the head in a polo match. He died too, fighting hard. God, how that man suffered! He loosened his bandages toward the end. When I got there the pillow was redder than it is today. It strikes me as curious that the first time the room has been slept in since then it should harbor a death behind locked doors, from a wound in the head. Paredes's fingers were restless, as if he missed his customary cigarette. The detective strolled to the window. "Very interesting," he said. "Extremely interesting for old women and young children. You may classify yourself, Doctor." "Thanks," the doctor rumbled. "I'll wait until you've told me how these doors were entered, how that room was made, how this body turned on its side in an empty room." The detective glanced at Bobby. His voice lacked confidence. "I'll do my best. I'll even try to tell you why the murderer came back this afternoon to disturb his victim." Bobby went, curiously convinced that the doctor had the better of the argument. For a moment Katherine, Graham, Paredes, and he were alone in the main hall. "God knows what it was," Graham said, "but it may mean something to you, Bobby. Tell us carefully, Katherine, about the sounds that came to you across the court." "It was just what I heard last night when he died," she answered. "It was like something falling softly, then a long-drawn sigh. I tried to pay no attention. I fought it. I didn't call at first. But I couldn't keep quiet. I knew we had to go to that room. It never occurred to me that the detective or the coroner might be there moving around." "You were alone up here?" Graham said. "I think so." "No," Bobby said. "I was in my room." "What were you doing?" Graham asked. "I was asleep. Katherine's call woke me up." "Asleep?" Paredes echoed. "And she didn't call at once." He broke off. Bobby grasped his arm. "What are you trying to do?" "I'm sorry," Paredes said. "Now really you mustn't think of that. I shouldn't have spoken. I'm more inclined to agree with the doctor's theory, impossible as it seems." "Yesterday," Katherine said, "I would have thought it impossible. After last night and just now I'm not so sure. I wish the doctor were right. It would clear you, Bobby." He smiled. "Do you think any jury would listen to such a theory?" Katherine put a finger to her lips. Howells and the doctor came from the corridor of the old wing. At the head of the stairs the detective turned. "You will find it very warm and comfortable by the fire in the lower hall, Mr. Blackburn." He waited until Katherine had slipped to her room, until Graham, Paredes, the doctor, and Bobby were on the stairs. Then he walked slowly into the new corridor. Bobby knew what he was after. The detective had made no efforts to disguise his intention. He wanted Bobby out of the way while he searched his room again, this time for a sharp, slender instrument capable of penetrating between the bones at the base of a man's brain. Paredes lighted a cigarette and warmed his back at the fire. The doctor settled himself in his chair. He paid no attention to the others. He wouldn't answer Paredes's slow remarks. "Interesting, Doctor. I am a little psychic. Always in this house I have responded to strange, unfriendly influences. Always, as now, the approach of night depresses me." Bobby couldn't sit still. He nodded at Graham, arose, got his coat and hat, and stepped into the court. The dusk was already thick there. Dampness and melancholy seemed to exude from the walls of the house. He paused and gazed at one of the footprints in the soft earth by the fountain. Shreds of plaster adhered to the edges, testimony that the detective had made his cast from this print. He tried to realize that that mute, familiar impression had the power to send him to his execution. Graham, who had come silently from the house, startled him. "What are you looking at?" "No use, Hartley. I was on the library lounge. I heard every word Howells said." "Perhaps it's just as well," Graham said. "You know what you face, but I hate to see you suffer. We've got to find a way around that evidence." Bobby pointed to the windows of the room of death. "There's no way around except the doctor's theory." He laughed shortly. "Much as I feared that room, I'm afraid the psychic explanation won't hold water. Paredes put his finger on it. I would have had time to get back to my room before Katherine called—" "Stop, Bobby!" "Hartley, I'm afraid to go to sleep. It's dreadful not to know whether you are active in your sleep, whether you were evil and ingenious to the point of the miraculous in your sleep. I'm so tired, Hartley." "Why should you have gone to that room this afternoon?" Graham asked. "You must get this idea out of your head. You must have sleep, and perhaps when you're thoroughly rested you will remember." "I'm not so sure," Bobby said, "that I want to remember." He pointed to the footprint. "There's no question. I was here last night." "Unless," Graham said, "your handkerchiefs and your shoes were stolen." "Nonsense!" Bobby cried. "The only motive would be to commit murder in order to kill me by sending me to the chair. And who would know his way around that dark house like me? Who would have found out so easily that my grandfather had changed his room?" "It's logical," Graham admitted slowly, "but we can't give in. By the way, has Paredes ever borrowed any large sums?" Bobby hesitated. After all, Paredes and he had been good friends. "A little here and there," he answered reluctantly. "Has he ever paid you back?" "I don't recall," Bobby answered, flushing. "You know I've never been exactly calculating about money. Whenever he wanted it, I was always glad to help Carlos out." "Why do you ask?" "If anyone," Graham answered, "looked on you as a certain source of money, there would be a motive in conserving that source, in increasing it. Probably lots of people knew Mr. Blackburn was out of patience with you. Would make a new will today." "Do you think," Bobby asked, "that Carlos is clever enough to have got through those doors? And what about this afternoon, that ghastly disturbing of the body?" He smiled wanly. "It looks like me or the ghosts of my ancestors." "If Paredes," Graham insisted, "tries to borrow any money from you now, tell me about it. Another thing, Bobby, we can't afford to keep your experiences of last night a secret any longer." He stepped to the door and asked Dr. Groom to come out. "He won't be likely to pass your confidences on to Howells," he said. "Those men are natural antagonists." After a moment the doctor appeared, a slouch hat drawn over his shaggy forehead. "What do you want?" he grumbled. "This court's a first-class place to catch cold. Dampest hole in the neighborhood. Often wondered why." "I want to ask you," Graham began, "something about the effects of such drugs as could be given in wine. Tell him, will you, Bobby, what happened last night?" Bobby vanquished the discomfort with which the gruff, opinionated physician had always filled him. He recited the story of last night's dinner, of his experience in the cafe, of his few blurred impressions of the swaying vehicle and the woods. "Hartley thinks something may have been put in my wine." "What for?" the doctor asked. What are these people to gain by drugging you? Suppose for some far-fetched reason they wanted to have Silas Blackburn put out of the way. They couldn't make you do it by drugging you. At any rate, they couldn't have had a hand in this afternoon. Mind, I'm not saying you had a thing to do with it yourself, but I don't believe you were drugged. Any drug likely to be used in wine would probably have sent you into a deep sleep, and your symptoms on waking up are scarcely sharp enough. Sorry, boy. Sounds more like aphasia. The path you've been treading sometimes leads to that black country, and it's there that hate's sharp and unknown. I remember a case where a tramp returned and killed a farmer who had refused him food, retained no recollection of the crime. Hours dropped out of his life. They executed him while he still tried to remember. I read something about the case, Bobby muttered. Been better if we hadn't, the doctor grumbled. Suggestions work in a man's brain without his knowing it. He thought for a moment, his heavy black brows coming close together. He glanced at the windows of the old room, his sunken, infused eyes nearly closed. I know how you feel, and that's a little punishment maybe you deserve. I'll say this for your comfort. You probably followed the plan that had been impressed on your brain by Mr. Graham. You came here, no doubt, and stood around. With an automatic appreciation of your condition, you may have taken that old precaution of convivial men returning home, and removed your shoes. Then your automatic judgment may have warned you that you weren't fit to go in at all, and probably wandered off to the empty house. Then, Bobby asked, you don't think I did it? God knows who did it. God knows what did it. The longer I live, the surer I become that we scientists can't probe everything. Whenever I go near Silas Blackburn's body, I receive a very powerful impression that his death in that room from such a wound goes deeper than ordinary murder, deeper than a case of recurrent aphasia. His eyes widened. He turned with Graham and Bobby at the sound of an automobile coming through the woods. Probably the coroner at last, he said. The automobile, a small runabout, drew up at the entrance to the court. A little wizened man with yellowish skin stretched across his high cheekbones stepped out and walked up the path. "Well," he said shrilly, "what you doing, Dr. Groom?" "Waiting to witness another reason why coroners should be abolished," the doctor rumbled. "This is a dead man's grandson, Coroner, and Mr. Graham, a friend of the family's." Bobby accepted the coroner's hand with distaste. "Howells," the coroner said in his squeaky voice, "seems to think it's a queer case. Inconvenient, I call it. Wish people wouldn't die queerly whenever I go on a little holiday. I'd got 5 ducks, gentlemen, when they came to me with that damned telegram. Bad business, mine, 'cause people will die when you least expect them to. Let's go see what Howells has got on his mind. Bright sleuth, Howells. Ought to be in New York." He started up the path side by side with Dr. Groom. "Are you coming?" Graham asked Bobby. Bobby shook his head. "I don't want to. I'd rather stay outside. You'd better be there, Hartley." Graham followed the others while Bobby wandered from the court and started down a path that entered the woods from the rear of the house. Immediately the forest closed greedily about him. Here and there, where the trees were particularly stunted, branches cut against a pallid greenish glow in the west, the last light. Bobby wanted, if he could, to find that portion of the woods where he had stood last night, fancying the trees, straining in the wind like puny men, visualizing a dim figure in a black mask which he had called his conscience. The forest was all of a pattern, ugly, unfriendly, melancholy. He went on, however, hoping to glimpse that particular picture he remembered. He left the path, walking at haphazard among the undergrowth. Ahead he saw a placid, flat, and faintly luminous stretch. He pushed through the bushes and paused on the shore of a lake, small and stagnant. Dead, stripped trunks of trees protruded from the water. At the end a bird arose with a sudden flapping of wings. It cried angrily as it soared above the trees and disappeared to the south. The morbid loneliness of the place touched Bobby's spirit with chill hands. As a child he had never cared to play about the stagnant lake, nor, he recalled, had the boys of the village fished or bathed there. Certainly he hadn't glimpsed it last night. He was about to walk away when a movement on the farther bank held him, made him gaze with eager eyes across the sleepy water. He thought there was something black in the shadows of the trees, a thing that stirred through the heavy dusk without sound. He received, moreover, an impression of anger and haste as distinct as the bird had projected. But he could see nothing clearly in this bad light. He couldn't be sure that there was any one over there. He started around the edge of the lake, and for a moment he thought that the shape of a woman clothed in black detached itself from the shadow. The image dissolved. He wondered if it had been more substantial than fancy. "Who is that?" he called. The woods muffled his voice. There was no answer, nor was there, he noticed, any crackling of twigs or rustling of dead leaves. If there had been a woman there she had fled noiselessly. Yet, as he went on around, his own progress was distinctly audible through the decay of autumn. It was too dark on the other side to detect any traces of a recent human presence in the thicket. He couldn't quiet, however, the feeling that he had had a glimpse of a woman clothed in black who had studied him secretly across the stagnant stretch of the lake. On the other hand, there was no logic in a woman's presence here at such an hour, no logic in a stranger's running away from him. While he pondered, the night invaded the forest completely, making it impossible for him to search farther. It had grown so dark, indeed, that he found his way out with difficulty. The branches caught at his clothing, the underbrush tangled itself about his feet. It was as if the thicket were trying to hold him away from the house. As he entered the court, he noticed a discoloured glow diffusing itself through the curtains of the room of death. End of Chapter 3, Section 1. Recording by Ashley Jane. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 3, Part 2. Howells delivers himself to the abandoned room. He opened the front door. Paredes and Graham alone sat by the fire. "Then they're not through yet," Bobby said. Graham arose. He commenced to pace the length of the hall. "They've had Katherine in that room. One would think she's been through enough. Now they've sent for the servants." Paredes laughed lightly. "After this," he said, "I'm afraid, Bobby, you'll need the powers of the police to keep servants in your house." Muttering, frightened voices came from the dining room. Jenkins entered and, shaking his head, went up the stairs. The two women who followed him were in tears. They paused as if seeking an excuse to linger on the lower floor, to postpone as long as possible their entrance of the room of death. Ella, a pretty girl whose dark hair and eyes suggested a normal vivacity, spoke to Bobby. "It's outrageous, Mr. Robert. He found out all we knew this morning. What's he after now? You might think we had murdered Mr. Blackburn." Jane was older. An ugly scar crossed her cheek. It was red and like an open wound as she demanded that Bobby put a stop to these inquisitions. "I can do nothing," he said. "Go on up and answer, or they can make trouble for you." Muttering again to each other, they followed Jenkins, and in the lower hall the three men waited. Jenkins came down first. His face was white. It twitched. "The body," he mouthed. "It moved. I saw it before." He stretched out his hands to Bobby. "That's why they wanted us, to find out where we were this afternoon and everything we've done, as if we might have gone there and disturbed—" Angry voices in the upper hall interrupted him. The two women ran down, as white as Jenkins. At an impatient nod from Bobby, the three servants went on to the kitchen. Howells, the coroner, and Dr. Groom descended. "What ails you, Doctor?" the coroner was squeaking. "I agree it's an unpleasant room. Lots of old rooms are. I follow you when you say no post-mortem contraction would have caused such an alteration in the position of the body. There's no question about the rest of it. The man was clearly murdered with a sharp tool of some sort, and the murderer was in the room again this afternoon and disturbed the corpse. Howells says he knows who. It's up to him to find out how. He says he has plenty of evidence and that the guilty person's in the house. So I'm not fretting myself. I'm cross with you, Howells, for breaking up my holiday. One of my assistants would have done as well." Howells apparently paid no attention to the coroner. His narrow eyes followed the doctor with a growing curiosity. His level smile seemed to have drawn his lips into a line, inflexible, a little cruel. The doctor grunted. "Instead of abolishing coroners, we ought to double their salaries." The coroner made a long squeak as an indication of mirth. "You think unfriendly spooks did it? I've always believed you were an old fogey." "Hanged if that doesn't sound modern." The doctor ran his fingers through his thick, untidy hair. "I merely ask for the implement that caused death. I only ask to know how it was inserted through the bed while Blackburn lay on his back. And if you've time you might tell me how the murderer entered the room last night and today." The coroner repeated his squeak. He glanced at the little group by the fire. Out in the kitchen, upstairs, or right here under our noses is almost certainly the person who could tell us. Interesting case, Howells." Howells, who still watched the doctor, answered dryly, "Unusually interesting." The coroner struggled into his coat. "Permits, sir, all available," he squeaked. "Have your undertakers out when you like." Graham answered him brusquely. "Everything's arranged. I've only to telephone." The coroner nodded at Dr. Groom. His voice pointed its humor with a thinner tone. "If I were you, Howells, I'd take this hairy old theorist up as a suspicious character." The doctor made a movement in his direction, while Howells continued to stare. The doctor checked himself. He went to the closet and got his hat and coat. "Want me to drop you, old sawbones?" the coroner asked. Savagely the doctor shook his head. "My buggy's in the stable." The coroner's squeak was thinner and more irritating than ever. "Then don't let the spooks get you, driving through the woods. Old folks say there are plenty there." Bobby arose. He couldn't face the prospect of the man squeaking again. "We find nothing to laugh at in this situation," he said. "You're quite through?" The coroner's eyes blazed. "I'm through, if that's the way you feel. Good night," he added with a sharp maliciousness. "I leave my sympathy for whoever Howells has his eagle eye on." Howells, when the doctor and the coroner had gone, excused himself with a humility that mocked the others. "With your permission I shall write in the library until dinner." He bowed and left. "He wants to work on his report," Graham suggested. "An exceptional man," Paredes murmured. "Has he questioned you?" Graham asked. "I'd scarcely call it that," Paredes replied. "We've both questioned and we've both been clams. I fancy he doesn't think much of me since I believe in ghosts, yet the doctor seems to interest him." "Where were you," Graham asked, "when Miss Perrine's scream called us?" Paredes stifled a yawn. "Dozing here by the fire. I'm very tired after last night." "You don't look particularly tired." "Custom, I'm ashamed to say, constructs a certain armor. Tomorrow, with a fresh mind, I hope to be able to dissect all I have seen and heard, all that has happened here today." "The thing that counts is what happened to me last night, Carlos," Bobby said. "It's the only way you can help me." As Paredes strolled to the foot of the stairs, Bobby waited for a defensive reply, for a sign, perhaps, that the Panamanian was offended and proposed to depart. Paredes, however, went upstairs yawning. He called back, "I must make myself a trifle more presentable for dinner." Graham faced Bobby with the old question. "What can he want hanging around here unless it's money?" And after a moment, "He's clever, hard to sound. I have to leave you, Bobby. I must telephone the ugly formalities." "It's good of you to take them off my mind," Bobby answered. He remained in his chair, gazing drowsily at the fire, trying, always trying to remember, yet finding no new light among the shadows of his memory. Just before dinner Katherine joined him. She wore a somber gown that made her face seem too white, that heightened the groping curiosity of her eyes. Without speaking she sat down beside him and stared too at the smouldering fire. From her presence, from her tactful silence he drew comfort, to an extent rest. "You make me ashamed," he whispered once. "I've been a beast leaving you here alone these weeks. You don't understand quite why that was." She wouldn't let him go on. She shook her head. They remained silently by the fire until Graham and Paredes joined them. When dinner was announced, the detective came from the library and uninvited sat at the table with them. His report evidently still filled his mind, for he spoke only when it was unavoidable and then in monosyllables. Paredes alone ate with a show of enjoyment, alone attempted to talk. Eventually even he fell silent before the lack of response. Afterward he arranged a small card table by the fire in the hall. He found cards, and with a package of cigarettes and a box of matches convenient to his hand, commenced to play solitaire. The detective, Bobby gathered, had brought his report up to date, for he lounged near by, watching the Panamanian's slender fingers as they handled the cards deftly. Bobby, Graham, and Katherine were glad to withdraw beyond the range of those narrow, searching eyes. They entered the library and closed the door. Graham, expectant of a report from his man in New York as to the movements of Maria and the identity of the stranger, was restless. "If we could only get one fact," he said, "one reasonable clue that didn't involve Bobby. I've never felt so at sea. I wonder if, in spite of Howell's evidence, we're not all a little afraid since this afternoon of something such as Katherine felt last night, something we can't define. Howells alone is satisfied. We must believe in the hand of another man. Dr. Groom talks about indefinable hands." "Uncle Silas was so afraid last night," Katherine whispered. "That," Bobby cried, "is a fact we must have." He paused. "What's that?" he asked sharply. They sat for some time listening to the sound of wheels on the gravel, to the banging of the front door, and later to the pacing of men in the room of death overhead. They tried again to thread the mazes of this problem whose only conceivable exit led to Bobby's guilt. The movements upstairs persisted. At last they became measured and dragging, like the footsteps of men who carried some heavy burden. They looked at each other then. Katherine hid her eyes. "It's like a tomb here," Bobby said. He arranged kindling in the fireplace and touched the match to it. It hadn't occurred to him to ring for Jenkins. None of them wished to be disturbed. Eventually it was the detective who intruded. He strolled in, glanced at them curiously for a moment, then walked to the door of the enclosed staircase. He grasped the knob. "Tonight," he announced, "I'm trying a small experiment on the chance of clearing up the last details of the mystery. Since it depends on the courage of whoever murdered Mr. Blackburn, I've small hope of its success." He indicated the ceiling. "You've heard, I dare say, what's been going on up there. Mr. Blackburn's body has been removed to his own room. The room where he was killed is empty. I mean to go up and enter and lock the doors as he did last night. I shall leave the window up as it was last night. I shall blow out the candle as he did." He lowered his voice. He looked directly at Bobby. His words carried a definite challenge. "I shall lie on the bed and await the murderer under the precise conditions Mr. Blackburn did." "What do you expect to gain by that?" Graham asked. "Probably nothing," Howells answered, "because, as I have said, success depends upon the courage of a man who kills in the dark while his victim sleeps. I simply give him the chance to attack me as he did Mr. Blackburn. Of course he realizes it would be a good deal to his advantage to have me out of the way. I ask him to come, therefore, as stealthily as he did last night. I beg him to match his skill with mine. I want him to play his miracle with the window or one of the locks. But I'll wager he hasn't the nerve. Although I don't see why he should hesitate. He's a doomed man. I shall make my arrest in the morning. I shall publish all my evidence." Bobby wouldn't meet the narrow, menacing eyes, for he knew that Howells challenged him to a duel of slyness with the whole truth at stake. The detective's manner increased the hatred which had blazed in Bobby's mind when he had stood in the bedroom over his grandfather's body. For a moment he whispered with all his heart that he might accept the challenge. He did the best he could. "I gather," he said, "that you haven't unearthed the motive for disturbing the body. And have you found the sharp instrument that caused death?" The detective answered tolerantly. "I have found a number of sharp instruments. None of them, however, seem quite slender or rough enough. I'll get all that out of my man when I lock him up. I'll get it tonight if he dares come." "Why," Graham said, "do you announce your plans so accurately to us?" The detective's level smile widened. "You shouldn't ask that, Mr. Graham. I've caused the servants to know my plans. Mr. Paredes knows them. I wish everyone in the house to know them. That is, in order that the murderer who is in the house may come if he wishes." Katherine arose abruptly. "When you come down to it," she said, "you are accusing one of us. It's brutal, unfair, absurd." "I am a detective, miss," Howells answered. "I have my own methods." Bobby stared at the slight protuberance in the breast pocket of the detective's coat. The cast of his footprint must be secreted there, and almost certainly the handkerchief which had been found beneath the bed. He shrank from his own thoughts. If he had consciously committed this murder, he could understand a desire to get that evidence. Katherine had gone closer to the detective. "In any case," she urged him, "I wish you wouldn't try to spend the night in that room. It isn't pleasant. After what the doctor has said, it isn't safe." Howells burst out laughing. "Never fear, miss. I am content to give Dr. Groom's spirits as much chance to take a fall out of me as anybody. I'll be going up now." He bowed. "Good night to you all, and pleasant dreams." He opened the door and slipped into the darkness of the private staircase. They heard him after he had closed the door climbing upward. Katherine shivered. He has plenty of courage, Hartley. If nothing happens to him tonight, he'll finish Bobby in the morning. That mustn't happen. He mustn't go to jail. You understand. Things would never be the same for him again." Graham spread his hands. "What am I to do? I might go to New York and get after these people myself." "Don't leave the Cedars," Bobby begged, "until he does arrest me. There'll be plenty of time for the New York end then. I've no faith in it. Watch Carlos if you want, but most important of all, find out somehow you've got to find out what my grandfather was afraid of." Graham nodded. "And if it does come to an arrest, Bobby, you're not to say a word to anybody without my advice. You ought to go to bed now. You must have rest, and Katherine, too. Don't listen tonight, Katherine, for messages from across the court." "I'll try," she said. "But, Hartley, I wish that man wasn't there. I wish no one was in that room." She took Bobby's hand. "Good night, Bobby, and don't give up hope. We'll do something. Somehow we'll pull you through." Bobby waited, hoping that Graham would offer to share his room with him, for, as he had said earlier, the prospect of going to sleep, of losing control of his thoughts and actions, appalled him. Yet such an offer, he realized, must impress Graham as delicate as an indication that he really doubted Bobby's innocence as a sort of spying. He wasn't surprised, therefore, when Graham only said, "I'll be in the next room, Bobby. If you're restless or need me, you've only to knock on the wall." Bobby didn't leave the library with them. The warmth with which Katherine had just filled him faded as he watched her go out side by side with Graham. Her hand was on Graham's arm. There was, he fancied, in her eyes an emotion deeper than gratitude or friendship. He sighed as the door closed behind them. He was himself largely to blame for that situation. His very revolt against its imminence had hastened its shaping. He walked anxiously to the table. He had remembered the medicine Dr. Groom had prepared for him that afternoon to make him sleep. He hadn't taken it then. If it remained where he had left it, which was likely enough in the disordered state of the household, he would drink it now. Reinforced by his complete weariness, it ought to send him into a sleep profound enough to drown any possible abnormal impulses of unconsciousness. The glass was there. He drained it, and stood for a time looking at the pinkish sediment in the bottom. That was all right for tonight, but afterward he couldn't shrink perpetually from sleep. He shrugged his shoulders, remembering it would make little difference what he did in his sleep when they had him behind prison bars. Perhaps this would be his last night of freedom. He found Paredes still in the hall. The Panamanian, with languid gestures, continued to play his solitaire. His box of cigarettes was much reduced. "I thought you were tired, Carlos." Paredes glanced up. His eyes were neither wary nor alert. As usual, his expression disclosed nothing of his thoughts, yet he must have read in Bobby's tone a reproach at this indifference. "The game intrigues me," he murmured. "And you know," he added dreamily, "I sometimes think better while I amuse myself." Bobby nodded good night and went on up to his room. Even while he undressed, the effects of the doctor's narcotic were perceptible. His eyes had grown heavy, his brain a trifle numb. Almost apathetically, he assured himself that he couldn't accomplish these mad actions in his sleep. "Yet last night," he murmured, "that finishes me in the eyes of the law. The doctor will testify to aphasia. According to him, I am two men. Two men!" He yawned, recalling snatches of books he had read and one or two scientific reports of such cases. He climbed into bed and blew out his candle. His drowsiness thickened. In his dulled mind one recollection remained, the picture of Howells coldly challenging him with his level smile to make a secret entrance of the old bedroom in a murderous effort to escape the penalty of the earlier crime. And Howells had been right. His death would give Bobby a chance. The destruction of the evidence, the bringing into the case of a broader-minded man, a man without carefully constructed theory, all that would help Bobby, might save him. Howells, moreover, had indicated that he had so far withheld his evidence, but that was probably a bait. In his drowsy way, Bobby hated more powerfully than before this detective who, with a serene malevolence, made him writhe in his net. Thought ceased. He drifted into a trance-like sleep. He swung in the black pit again, fighting out against crushing odds. The darkness thundered as though informing him that graver forces than any he had imagined had definitely grasped him. Then he understood. He was in a black cell, and the thundering was the steady advance of men along an iron floor to take him. "Bobby! Bobby!" He flung out his hands. He sat upright, opening his eyes. The blackness assumed the familiar, yielding quality of the night. The thunder, the footfalls, became a hurried knocking at his door. "Bobby! You're there!" It was Katherine. Her tone made the night as frightening as the blackness of the pit. "What's the matter?" "You're there. I didn't know. Get up. Hartley's putting some clothes on. Hurry. The house is so dark, so strange." "Tell me what happened." She didn't answer at first. He struck a match, lighting his candle, threw on a dressing gown, and stepped to the door. Katherine shrank against the wall, hiding her eyes from the light of his candle. He thought it odd she would wear the dress in which she had appeared at dinner, but it seemed indifferently fastened, and her hair was in disorder. Graham stepped from his room. "What is it?" Bobby demanded. "You wouldn't wake up, Bobby. You were so hard to wake." The idea seemed to fill her mind. She repeated it several times. "It's nothing," Graham said. "Go back to your room, Katherine. She's fanciful." She lowered her hands. Her eyes were full of terror. "No, we have to go to that room as I went last night, as we went today." Graham tried to quiet her. "We'll go to satisfy you." Her voice hardened. "I know. I was asleep. It woke me up, stealing in across the court again." Bobby grasped her arm. "You came out and aroused up at once." She shook her head. I couldn't find my dressing gown. This dress was by the bed. I put it on, but I couldn't seem to fasten it." Bobby stepped back, remembering his last thought before drifting into the trance-like sleep. She seemed to know what was in his mind. "But when I knocked, you were sleeping so soundly." "Too soundly, perhaps." "Come, we're growing imaginative," Graham said. "Howells will take care of himself. He'll probably give us a deuce for disturbing him. But to satisfy you, Katherine, we'll wake him up." "If you can," she whispered. They entered the main hall. Light came through the stairwell from the lower floor. Graham walked to the rail and glanced down. Bobby followed him. On the table by the fireplace the cards were arranged in neat piles. A strong draught blew cigarette smoke up to them. "Paredes," Graham said, amazed, "is still downstairs. The front door's open. He's probably in the court." "It must be very late," Bobby said. Katherine shivered. 2:30. I looked at my watch. The same time as last night." With a gesture of resolution she led the way into the corridor. Bobby shrank from the damp and musty atmosphere of the narrow passage. "Why do you come, Katherine?" he asked. "I have to know as I had to know last night." Graham raised his hand and knocked at the door, which again was locked on the inside. The echoes chattered back at them. Graham knocked again. With a passionate revolt Katherine raised her hands, too, and pounded at the panels. Suddenly she gave up. She let her hands fall listlessly. "It's no use." "Howells! Howells!" Graham called. "Why don't you answer?" "When he boasted tonight," Katherine whispered, "the murderer heard him." "Suppose he's gone down to the library," Graham said. Bobby gave Katherine the candle. "No, he'd have stayed. We've got to break in here. We've got to find out." Graham placed his powerful shoulder against the door. The lock strained. Bobby added his weight. With a splintering of wood the door flew open, precipitating them across the threshold. Through the darkness Graham sprang for the opposite door. "It's locked," he called, "and the key's on this side." Bobby took the candle from Katherine and forced himself to approach the bed. The flame flickered a little in the breeze which stole past the curtain of the open window. It shook across the body of Howells, fully clothed, with his head on the stained pillow. His face, intricately lined, was as peaceful as Silas Blackburn's had been. Its level smile persisted. Bobby caught his breath. Howells! He set the candle on the bureau. "It's no use. We must look at the back of his head." "The back of his head?" Katherine echoed. "It's illegal," Graham said. "Look!" Bobby cried. "We've got to look." Graham tiptoed forward. He stretched out his hand. With a motion of abhorrence he drew it back. Bobby watched him hypnotically, thinking, "I wanted this. I hated him. I thought of it just before I went to sleep." Graham reached out again. This time he touched Howell's head. It rolled over on the pillow. "Good God!" he said. They stared at the red hole near the base of the brain, at a fresh crimson splotch straying beyond the edges of the darker one they had seen that afternoon. Graham turned away, his hand still outstretched, as if it had touched some poisonous thing and might retain a contamination. He was prepared against it, he whispered, expected it, yet it got him. He glanced rapidly around the room, whose shadows seemed crowding about the candle to stifle it. "Unless we're all mad," he cried, "the murderer must be hidden in this room now. Don't you see? He's got to be, or Groom's right and we're fighting the dead. Go out, Catherine. Stand by that broken door. Bobby, I'm going to look." End of Chapter 3. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Part 1 of Chapter 4 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 4, Section 1. A strange light appears at the deserted house. Graham's intention, logical as it was, impressed Bobby as quite futile. Silas Blackburn had died in this ancient, melancholy room behind locked doors. This afternoon, with the repetition of the sounds that had probably accompanied his death, they had been drawn to find that, behind locked doors again, the position of the body had changed incredibly, as if to expose to them the tiny fatal wound at the base of the brain. Now, for the third time, those stealthy movements had aroused Catherine, and they had found, once more behind locked doors, the determined and malicious detective murdered precisely as old Blackburn had been. Of course, Graham was logical. By every rational argument, the murderer must still be in the room. Yet Bobby foresaw that, as always, no one would be found, that nothing would be unearthed to explain the succession of tragic mysteries. While Graham commenced his search, indeed, he continued to stare at the little round hole in Howell's head, at the fresh, irregular stain on the pillow, and he became absorbed in his own predicament. Again and again he asked himself if he could be responsible for these murders which had been committed with an inhuman ingenuity. He knew only that he had wandered, unconscious, in the vicinity of the Cedars last night, that he had been asleep when his grandfather's body had altered its position, that he had gone to sleep a little while ago too profoundly, brooding over Howell's challenge to the murderer to invade the room of death and kill him if he could. Howells had been confident that he could handle a man and so solve the riddle of how the room had been entered. Certainly Howell's challenge had been accepted, and Bobby knew that he had fallen into that deep sleep, hating the detective, telling himself that the man's death might save him from arrest, from conviction, from an intolerable walk to a little room with a single chair. Recurrent aphasia. The doctor's expression came back to him. In such a state, a man could overcome locked doors, could accomplish apparent miracles, and retain no recollection. And Bobby had hated and feared Howells more than he had his grandfather. Dully, he saw Catherine go out at Graham's direction. As one in a dream, he moved toward the door they had had to break down on entering. "Stand close to it," Graham said. "We'll cover everything." "You'll find no one," Bobby answered with a perfect assurance. He saw Graham take the candle and explore the large closets. He watched him examine the spaces behind the window curtains. He could smile a little as Graham stooped, peering beneath the bed, as he moved each piece of furniture large enough to secrete a man. "You see, Hartley, it's no use." Graham's lack of success, however, stimulated his anger. "Then," he said, There must be some hiding place in the walls. Such devices are common in houses as old as this. Bobby indicated the silent form of the detective. He believed I killed my grandfather. The only reason he didn't arrest me was his failure to find out how the room had been entered and left. Don't you suppose he looked for a hiding place or a secret entrance the first thing? It's obvious. But Graham's savage determination increased. He sounded each panel. None gave the slightest revealing response. He got a tape from Catherine and measured the dimensions of the room, the private hall, and the corridor. At last he turned to Bobby, his anger dead, his face white and tired. Everything checks, he admitted. There's no secret room, no way in or out. Logically, Groom's right. We're fighting the dead who resent the intrusion of your grandfather and Howells. He laughed mirthlessly. After all, we can't surrender to that. There must be another answer. From the first, Howells was satisfied with me, Bobby said. Graham flung up his hands. Then tell me how you got in without disturbing those locks. I grant you, Bobby, you had sufficient motive for both murders. But I don't believe you have two personalities, one decent and lovable, the other cruel and cunning to the point of magic. I don't believe if a man had two such personalities, the actions of one would be totally closed to the memory of the other. Bobby smiled wanly. It isn't pleasant to confess it, Hartley, but I have read of such cases. Fiction. Scientific fact. I wish to the devil I had shared your room with you tonight, Graham muttered. I might have furnished you an alibi for this affair at least. Either that, Bobby answered frankly, or you might have followed me and learned the whole secret. Honestly, isn't that what you're thinking of, Hartley? And I did go to sleep, telling myself it would help me if something of the sort happened to Howells. Now I'm not so sure that it will. I suppose you've got to notify the police. Graham held up his hand. What's that? In the corridor. There were quiet footsteps in the corridor. Bobby turned quickly. Paredes strolled slowly through the passage, a cigarette held in his slender, listless fingers. Bobby stared at him, remembering his surprise a few minutes ago that the Panamanian should have sat up so late. Should have been, probably, in the court when they had followed Catherine to the discovery of this new crime. Paredes paused in the doorway. He took in the tragic picture framed by the sinister room without displaying the slightest interest. He continued to hold his cigarette until it expired. Then he crossed the threshold. Graham and Bobby watched the expressionless face. Gracefully, Paredes raised his finger and pointed to the bed. When he spoke, his voice was low and pleasant. Appalling. I feared something of the kind when I heard you come to this room. He glanced at the broken door. The same unbelievable circumstance, he drawled. I see you had to break in. The color flashed back to Graham's face. You have taken plenty of time to solve your misgivings. It hasn't been so long. I fancied everything was all right, and I was immersed in my solitaire. Then I heard a stirring upstairs. As I told you, the house frightens me. It is not natural or healthy, so I came up to investigate this stirring, and there was Miss Catherine in the hall. She told me. Graham faced him with undisguised enmity. Immersed in your solitaire? We were attracted by a light in the lower hall at such an hour. We looked down. You were not there. The front door was open. Paredes glanced at his cold cigarette. He yawned. When Howells died, precisely as Mr. Blackburn did, Graham hurried on. You alone were awake about the house. Weren't you at that moment in the court? Paredes laughed tolerantly. It is clear, in spite of my apologies, that we are not friends, Graham. But may I ask you, are you accusing me of this strange accident? I should like to know what you were doing in the court." "Perhaps," Paredes answered, "I was attracted there by the sounds that aroused Miss Catherine." Graham shook his head. "From her description, I doubt if those sounds would have been audible in the hall." "No matter," Paredes said. "I merely suggest that it's a case for Groom. His hint of a spiritual enmity may be saner than you think." Catherine appeared in the doorway. She had evidently overheard Paredes' comment, for she nodded. The determination in her eyes suggested that she had struggled with the situation during these last moments and had reached a definite conclusion. That quality was in her voice. "At least, Hartley," she said, "you must send for Dr. Groom before you notify the police." Graham waved his hand. "Why?" he asked. "The man is dead." With a movement hidden from Paredes, she indicated Bobby. "Last time there was a good deal of delay before the doctor came. If we get him right away, he may be able to do something for this poor fellow. At least his advice would be useful." Bobby realized that she was fighting for time for him. Any delay would be useful that would give them a chance to plan before the police with unimaginative efficiency should invade the house and limit their opportunities. Graham showed that he caught her point. "Maybe it's better," he said. "Then, Bobby, telephone Groom to be ready for you and take my runabout. It's in the stable. You'll get him here much faster than he could come in his carriage." "While I'm gone," Bobby asked, "what will you do?" "Watch this room," Graham jerked out. "See that no one enters or leaves it, or touches the body. I'll hope for some clue." "You've plenty of courage," Paredes drawled. "I shouldn't care to watch alone in this room." He followed Catherine into the corridor. Bobby looked at Graham. "You'll take no chances, Hartley." Graham's smile wasn't pleasant. "According to you and the dead detective, there's no risk while you're out of the house. Still, I shall be nervous, but don't worry." Bobby joined the others before they had reached the hall. "Of course Hartley found nothing," Catherine said to him. "Nothing," Paredes answered, "except a very bad temper." Catherine's distaste for the man was no longer veiled. "You don't like Mr. Graham," she said, "but he is our friend, and he is in this house to help us." Paredes bowed. "I regret that the amusement Mr. Graham causes me sometimes finds expression. He is so earnest, so materialistic in his relation to the world. That is why he will see nothing psychic in the situation." Paredes' easy contempt was like a tonic for Catherine. Her fear seemed to drop from her. She turned purposefully to Bobby, ignoring the Panamanian. "I shall watch with Hartley," she said. He was ashamed that jealousy should creep into such a moment, but her resolve recalled his amorous discontent. The prospect of Graham and her watching alone, drawn to each other by their fright and uncertainty, by their surrounding, by the hour, became unbearable. It placed him to an extent on Paredes' side. It urged him, when Paredes had gone on downstairs, to spring almost eagerly to his defense. "As Hartley says," Catherine began, "he makes you think of a snake. He must see we dislike and resent him." "You and Hartley, perhaps," Bobby said. "Carlos says he's here to help me. I've no reason to disbelieve him." A little color came into Catherine's face. She half stretched out her hand as if in an appeal, but the color faded and her hand dropped. "We are wasting time," she said. "You had better go." "I am sorry we disagree about Carlos," he commenced. She turned deliberately away from him. "You must hurry," she said. "Hurry!" He saw her enter the corridor to join Graham. The obscurity of the narrow place seemed to hold for him a new menace. He walked downstairs slowly. While he telephoned, instructing a servant to tell the doctor to be dressed and ready in 20 minutes. He saw Paredes go to the closet and get his hat and coat. "I shall keep you company," the Panamanian announced. Bobby was glad enough to have him. He didn't want to be alone. He was aware by this time that no amount of thought would persuade useful memories to emerge from the black pit. They walked to the stable, half gone to ruin like the rest of the estate. Bobby started Graham's car. The servants' quarters, he saw, were dark. Then Jenkins and the two women hadn't been aroused, were still ignorant of the new crime. As they drove smoothly past the gloomy house, they glimpsed through the court the dimly lit windows of the old room that persistently guarded its grim secret. Bobby pictured the living as well as the dead there, and his mind revolted and he shivered. He opened the throttle wider. The car sprang forward. The divergent glare from the headlights forced back the reluctant thickets. Paredes drawled unexpectedly. "There is nothing as lonely anywhere in the world." He stooped behind the windshield and lighted a cigarette. "At least, Bobby," he said between puffs, "the Cedars has taken from you the fear of Howells." And after a time, staring at the glow of his cigarette, he went on softly. "Have you noticed anything significant about the discovery of each mystery at the Cedars?" "Many things," Bobby muttered. "Think," Paredes urged him. Bobby answered angrily. "You've suggested that to me once today, Carlos. You mean that each time I've been asleep or unconscious?" "I mean something quite different," Paredes said. He hesitated. When he continued, his drawl was more pronounced. "Then you haven't remarked that each time it's been Miss Catherine who has made the discovery, who has aroused the rest of the house?" The car swerved sharply. Bobby's first impulse had been to take his hands from the wheel, to force Paredes to retract his sly insinuation. "That's the rottenest thing I've ever known you to do, Carlos. Take it back." Paredes shrugged his shoulders. "There is nothing to take back. I accuse no one. I merely call attention to a chain of exceptional coincidences." "You make me wonder," Bobby said, "if Hartley isn't justified in his dislike of you. You'll kill such a ridiculous suspicion." "Or," Paredes drawled, "very well. It seems my fate recently to offend those I like best. I merely thought that any theory leading away from you would be welcome." "Any theory," Bobby answered, "involving Catherine is unthinkable." Paredes smiled. "I didn't understand exactly how you felt. I rather took it for granted that Graham—" "Never mind, I take it back." "Then drop it," Bobby answered sullenly, sorry that there was nothing else he could say. They continued in silence through the deserted forest, whose aggressive loneliness made words seem trivial. Bobby was asking himself again where he had stood last night, when he had glimpsed for a moment the straining trees and the figure in the mask which he had called his conscience. If he could only prove that figure substantial, then Graham would have some ground for his suspicion of Paredes and the dancer Maria. He glanced at Paredes. Could there have been a conspiracy against him in the New York cafe? Did Paredes, in fact, have some devious purpose in remaining at the Cedars? The automobile took a sharp curve in the road. Bobby started, gazing ahead with an interest nearly hypnotic. The headlights had caught in their glare the deserted farmhouse in which he had awakened just before Howells had told him of his grandfather's death and practically placed him under arrest. In the white light, the frame of the house from which the paint had flaked appeared ghastly, unreal, like a structure seen in a nightmare from which one recoils with morbid horror. The light left the building. As the car tore past, Bobby could barely make out the black mass in the midst of the thicket. Paredes had observed it too. "I dare say," he remarked casually, "the Cedars will become as deserted as that. It is just that it should, for the entire neighborhood impresses one as unfriendly to life, as striving through death to drive life out." "Have you ever seen that house before?" Bobby asked quickly. "I have never seen it before. I do not care ever to see it again." It was a relief when the forest thinned and the fields stretched, flat and pleasant, like barriers against the stunted growth. Bobby stopped the car in front of one of a group of houses at the crossroads. He climbed the steps and rang. Dr. Groom opened the door himself. His gigantic, hairy figure was silhouetted against the light from within. "What's the matter now?" he demanded in his gruff voice. "Fortunately, I hadn't gone to bed. I was reading some books on psychic manifestations. Who's sick? Or—" Bobby's face must have told him a great deal, for he broke off. "Get your things on," Bobby said, "and I will tell you as we drive back, for you must come. Howells has been killed precisely as my grandfather was." For a moment, Dr. Groom's bulky frame remained motionless in the doorway. Instead of the surprise and horror Bobby had foreseen, the old man expressed only a mute wonder. He got his hat and coat and entered the runabout. Paredes made room for him, sitting on the floor, his feet on the running board. Bobby had told all he knew before they had reached the forest. The doctor grunted then. "The wound at the back of the head was the same as in your grandfather's case?" "Exactly." "Then what good am I? Why am I routed out?" "A formality," Bobby answered. "Catherine thought if we got you quickly you might do something. Anyway, she wanted your advice." The woods closed about them. Again the light seemed to push back a palpable barrier. "I can't work miracles," the doctor was murmuring. "I can't bring men back to life. Such a wound leaves no ground for hope. You'd better have sent for the police at once. Hello!" He strained forward, peering around the windshield. "Funny," Paredes called. Bobby's eyes were on the road. "What do you see?" "The house, Bobby," Paredes cried. "No one, to my certain knowledge," the doctor said, "has lived in that house for 10 years. You say it was empty and falling to pieces when you woke up there this morning." Bobby knew what they meant then, and he reduced the speed of the car and looked ahead to the right. A pallid glow sifted through the trees from the direction of the deserted house. Bobby guided the car to the side of the road, stopped it, and shut off the engine. At first, no one moved. The three men stared as if in the presence of an unaccountable phenomenon. Even when Bobby had extinguished the headlights, the glow failed to brighten. Its pallid quality persisted. It seemed to radiate from a point close to the ground. "It comes from the front of the house," Bobby murmured. He stepped from the automobile. "What are you going to do?" Paredes wanted to know. "Find out who is in that house." For Bobby had experienced a quick hope. If there was a man or a woman secreted in the building, the truth as to his own remarkable presence there last night might not be so far to seek after all. There was, moreover, something lawless about this light escaping from the place at such an hour. A little while ago, when Paredes and he had driven past, the house had been black. They had remarked its lonely, abandoned appearance. It had led Paredes to speak of the neighborhood as the domain of death. Yet the strange, pallid quality of the light itself made him pause by the broken fence. It did come from the lower part of the front of the house, yet, so faint was it, it failed to outline the aperture through which it escaped. The doctor and Paredes joined him. "When I was here," he said, "all the shutters were closed. This glow is too white, too diffused. We must see." As he started forward, Paredes grasped his arm. "There are too many of us. We would make a noise. Suppose I creep up and investigate." "There is one way in. At the back." Bobby told the doctor. "Let us go there. We'll have whoever's inside trapped. Meantime, Carlos, if he wishes, we'll steal up to the front. He'll find out where the light comes from. He'll look in if he can." "That's the best plan," Paredes agreed. But they had scarcely turned the corner of the house, beyond reach of the glow, when Paredes rejoined them. His feet were no longer careful in the underbrush. He came up running. For the first time in their acquaintance, Bobby detected a lessening of the man's suave, unemotional habit. "The light," the Panamanian gasped. "It's gone. Before I could get close, it faded out." Bobby called to the doctor and ran toward the door at the rear. It was unhinged and half opened as it had been when he had awakened to his painful and inexplicable predicament. He went through, fumbling in his pockets for matches. The damp chill of the hall nauseated him as it had done before, seemed to place about his throat an intangible band that made breathing difficult. Before he could get his match safe out of the doctor had struck a wax vesta. Its strong flame played across the dingy, streaked walls. "There's a flashlight, Carlos," Bobby said, "in the door flap of the automobile." End of Chapter 4, Section 1 of The Abandoned Room. Part 2 of Chapter 4 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 4, Section 2. A strange light appears at the deserted house. Paredes started across the yard with a haste, it seemed to Bobby, almost eager. Striking matches as they went, the doctor and Bobby hurried to the front of the house. The rooms appeared undisturbed in their decay. The shutters were closed, the front door was barred, the broken walls from which the plaster hung in shreds leered at them. Suddenly Bobby turned, grasping the doctor's arm. "Did you hear anything?" The doctor shook his head. "Or feel anything?" "No. I thought," Bobby said excitedly, "that there was someone in the hall. I simply got that impression, for I saw nothing myself. My back was turned." Paredes strolled silently in. "It may have been Mr. Paredes," the doctor said. But Bobby wasn't convinced. "Did you see or hear anything coming through the hall, Carlos?" "No," Paredes said. He had brought the light. With its help they explored the tiny cellar and the upper floor. There was no sign of a recent occupancy. Everything was as Bobby had found it on awakening. A vagrant wind sighed about the place. They looked at each other with startled eyes. They filed out with an incongruous stealth. "Then there are ghosts here too," Paredes whispered. "Who knows?" Dr. Groom mused. "It is as puzzling as anything that has happened at the Cedars, unless the light we saw was some phosphorescent effect of decaying wood or vegetation." "Then why should it go out all at once?" Bobby asked. "Is there any connection between this light and what has happened at the Cedars?" "The house, at least," Paredes put in, "is connected with what has happened at the Cedars through your experience here." At Dr. Groom's suggestion, they sat in the automobile for some time, watching the house for a repetition of the pallid light. After several minutes, when it failed to come, Bobby set his gears. "Graham and Catherine will be worried." They drove quickly away from the black, uncommunicative mass of the abandoned building. The woods were lonelier than before. They impressed Bobby as guarding something. He drove straight to the stable. As they walked into the court, they saw the uncertain candlelight diffused from the room of death. In the hall, Bobby responded to a quick alarm. The Cedars was too quiet. What had happened since he and Paredes had left? "Catherine, Hartley," he called. He heard running steps upstairs. Catherine leaned over the banister. Her quiet voice reassured him. "Is the doctor with you?" He nodded. Paredes yawned and lighted a cigarette. He settled himself in an easy chair. Bobby and Dr. Groom hurried up. Catherine led them down the old corridor. 2 chairs had been placed in the broken doorway. Graham sat there. He arose and greeted the doctor. "Nothing has happened since I left?" Bobby asked. Graham shook his head. "Catherine and I have watched every minute." Dr. Groom walked to the bed and for a long time looked down at Howells. Once he put out his hand, quickly withdrawing it. "It's simply a repetition," he said at last, and his voice was softer than its custom. "It may be a warning, for all we know, that no one may sleep in this room without attracting death. Yet why should that be? I miss this poor fellow's materialistic viewpoint. There's nothing I can do for him, nothing I can say, except that death must have been instantaneous. The police must seek again for a man to place in the electric chair." Graham touched his arm with an odd reluctance. "Sitting here for so long I've been thinking. I have always been materialistic too. Tell me seriously, Doctor, do you believe there is any psychic force capable of killing 2 men in this incisive fashion?" "No one," the doctor answered, "can say what psychic force is capable of doing. Some scientists have started to explore, but it is still uncharted country. From certain places, I dare say you've noticed it, one gets an impression of peace and content. From others, a depression, a sense of suffering. I think we all have experienced psychic force to that extent. Remember that this room has a history of intense and rebellious suffering. Some of it I have seen with my own eyes. Your father's fight for life. Catherine was horrible for those of us who knew he had no chance. As I watched beside him, I used to wonder if such violent agony could ever drift wholly into silence. And when we had to tell him, finally, that the fight was lost, it was beyond bearing. If these men had been found dead without marks of violence," Graham said, "I might consider such a possibility, irrational as it seems." "Irrational," Dr. Groom answered, "must not be confused with impossible. The marks of a physical violence, far from proving that the attack was physical, strengthens the case of the supernatural. Certainly you've heard and read of pictures being dashed from walls by invisible hands, of objects moved about empty rooms, of cases where human beings have been attacked by inanimate things, heavy things, hurtling through the air. Some scientists recognize such irrational possibilities. Policemen don't." "Very well," Graham said stubbornly. "I'll follow you that far. But you must show me in this room the sharp object with which these men were attacked, no matter what the force behind it." The doctor spread his hands. His infused eyes nearly closed. "That I can't do. At any rate, Robert, this isn't wholly tragic to you. I don't see how anyone could accuse you of aphasia tonight." "You've not forgotten," Bobby said slowly, "that you spoke of recurrent aphasia." "That's the trouble," Graham put in under his breath. "He has no more alibi now than he had when his grandfather was murdered." Bobby told of his heavy sleep, of the delay in Catherine's arousing him. The doctor's gruff voice was disapproving. "You shouldn't have drunk that medicine. It had stood too long. It would only have approximated its intended effect." "You mean," Bobby asked, "that I wasn't sleeping as soundly as I thought?" "Probably not, but you're by no means a satisfactory victim. Men do unaccountable things in a somnambulistic state. But asleep, they haven't wings any more than they have awake. You've got to show us how you entered this room without disturbing the locks. Now, Mr. Graham, we must comply with the law. Call in the police." "There's nothing else to do," Bobby agreed. So they went along the dingy corridor and downstairs. From the depths of the easy chair in which Paredes lounged, smoke curled with a lazy indifference. The Panamanian didn't move. While Graham and the doctor walked to the back of the hall to telephone, Catherine, an anxious figure, a secretive one, beckoned Bobby to the library. He went with her, wondering what she could want. It was quite dark in the library. As Bobby fumbled with a lamp and prepared to strike a match, he was aware of the girl's provocatively near presence. He resisted a warm impulse to reach out and touch her hand. He desired to tell her all that was in his heart of the division that had increased between them the last few months. Yet to follow that impulse would, he realized, place a portion of his burden on her shoulders, would also, in a sense, be disloyal to Graham, for he no longer questioned that the two had reached a definite sentimental understanding. So he sighed and struck the match. Even before the lamp was lighted, Catherine was speaking with a feverish haste. "Before the police come, you've a chance, Bobby. The last chance. You must do before the police arrive whatever it is to be done." He replaced the shade and glanced at her, astonished by her intensity, by the forceful gesture with which she grasped his arm. For the first time since Silas Blackburn's murder, all of her vitality had come back to her. "What do you mean?" She pointed to the door of the private staircase. "Just what Howells told you before he went up there to his death." Bobby understood. He reacted excitedly to her attitude of conspirator. "He said," she went on, "that the criminal had nothing to lose, that it would be to his advantage to have him out of the way to destroy the evidence." "I thought of it," Bobby answered, "just before I went to sleep." "Don't you see?" she said. "If you had killed him, you would have taken the cast and the handkerchief and destroyed them. Hartley has told me everything, and I could see his coat for myself. The cast and the handkerchief are still in Howell's pocket. Why should I have killed him if not to destroy those?" Bobby took her up with a quick hope. "You didn't," she cried. "Nothing would ever make me believe that you killed him. But you will be charged with it unless the evidence disappears. You'll have no defense." Bobby drew back a little. "You want me to go there and take from his pocket those things?" She nodded. "You remember he suggested that he hadn't sent his report. That may be there too." Bobby shook his head. "He must have said that as a bait. At the worst," she urged, "a report without evidence could only turn suspicion against you. It wouldn't convict you as those other things may. You must get them. You must destroy them." Graham slipped quietly in and closed the door. "The district attorney is coming himself with another detective," he said. "I can guess what Catherine has been talking about. She's right. I'm a lawyer, and I know the penalty of tampering with evidence. But I don't believe you're a murderer, and I'll tell you, as long as that evidence exists, they can convict you. They can send you to the chair. They may arrest you and try you anyway on his report. But I don't believe they can convict you on it alone. You're justified in protecting yourself, Bobby, in the only way you can. No one will see you go into the room. We'll arrange it so that no one can testify against you." Bobby felt himself at a crossroads. During the commission of those crimes he had been unconscious. If he had, in fact, had anything to do with them, his personality, his real self, had known nothing, had done no wrong. His body had merely reacted to hideous promptings whose source lurked at the bottom of the black pit. To tamper with evidence would be a conscious crime. All the more, because of his doubt of himself, he shrank from that. Catherine saw his hesitation. It's a matter of your life or death. But although Catherine decided him it wasn't with that, she came closer, she looked straight at him, and her eyes were full of an affection that stirred him profoundly. For my sake, Bobby. He studied the dead ashes of the fire which a little while ago had played on Howells, vital and antagonistic, by the door of the private staircase. The man had challenged him to do just the thing from which he shrank. But Howells was no longer vital or antagonistic, and it occurred to him that a little of his shrinking arose from the thought of approaching and robbing the still thing upstairs, all that was left of the man who had not been afraid of the mystery of the locked room. For my sake, Catherine repeated. Bobby squared his shoulders. He fought back his momentary cowardice. The affection in Catherine's eyes was stronger than that. All right, he said. Howells never gave me a chance while he was alive. He'll have to now he's dead. Catherine relaxed. Graham's face was quite white, but he gave his instructions in a cold, even tone. We'll go to the hall now. Catherine will go on upstairs. She mustn't see you enter the room, but she will watch in the corridor while you are there to be sure you aren't disturbed. You and I will chat for a while with the others, Bobby, then you will go up. You understand? Paredes mustn't even guess what you are doing. I'll keep him and Groom downstairs. If he spied, if he knew what you were at, he'd have a weapon in his hand I hate to think about. He may be all right, but we can't risk any more than we have to. We must go on tiptoe. He opened the door. Catherine gave Bobby's hand a quick, encouraging pressure. Take this stuff to my room, Graham whispered. The first chance we'll destroy it so that no trace will be left. They went to the hall. Without speaking, Catherine climbed the stairs. Graham drew a chair between Paredes and the doctor. Bobby lounged against the mantel, trying to find in the Panamanian's face some clue as to his real feelings. But Paredes' eyes were closed. His hand drooped across the chair arm. His slender, pointed fingers held, as if from mere habit, a lifeless cigarette. Asleep, Graham whispered. Without opening his eyes, Paredes spoke. No, I feel curiously awake. He yawned. Dr. Groom glanced at his watch. The powers of prosecution, he grumbled, ought to be here within the next 15 or 20 minutes. Bobby glanced at Graham. Then it wasn't safe to delay too long. More and more as he waited, he shrank from the invasion of the room of death. The prospect of reaching out and touching the still, cold thing on the bed revolted him. Was there anything in that room capable of forbidding his intention? Was there, in short, a surer, more malicious force for evil than his unconscious self at work in the house? He was about to make some formal comment to the others, to embark on his distasteful adventure, when Paredes, as if he had read Bobby's mind, opened his eyes, languidly left his chair, and walked to the foot of the stairs. Where are you going? Graham asked sharply. Paredes waved his hand indifferently and walked on up. There was something of stealth in his failure to reply, in his cat-like tread on the stairs. Graham and Bobby stared after him, unable to meet this new situation audibly because of Groom. Yet 5 minutes had gone. There was no time to be lost. Paredes mustn't rob Bobby of his chance. With a sort of desperation, he started for the stairs. Graham held out his hand as if to restrain him, then nodded. Bobby had his foot on the first step when Catherine's cry reached them, shaping the moment to their use. for there was no fright in her cry. It was, rather, angry, and Bobby and Graham ran up while Dr. Groom remained in his chair, an expression of blank amazement on his face. A candle burned on the table in the upper hall. Catherine and Paredes stood near the entrance of the old corridor. Paredes, as usual, was quite unruffled. Catherine's attitude was defensive. She seemed to hold the corridor against him. The anger of her cry was active in her eyes. Paredes laughed lightly, sorry to have given the household one more shock. Fortunately, no harm done. "What is it, Catherine?" Graham demanded. "I don't know," she answered. "He startled me. He entered the corridor." Paredes nodded. "Quite right. She was there. I was on my way to my room. If your house had electricity, Bobby, this incident would have been avoided. I saw something dark in the corridor." "You may not know," Graham said, "that ever since we found Howells, one of us has tried, more or less, to keep the entrance of that room under observation." "Yet you were all downstairs a little while ago," Paredes yawned. "It's too bad. I may have taken my turn then. At any rate, since I was excluded from your confidence, I overcame my natural fear, and for Bobby's sake slipped in, and, I'm afraid, startled Miss Catherine." "Yes," she said. His explanation was reasonable. There was nothing more to be said, but Bobby's doubt of his friend, sown by Graham and stimulated by the incident of the last hour, was materially strengthened. He felt a sharp fear of Paredes. Such reserve, such concealment of emotion was scarcely human. "If," Graham was saying, "you really want to help Bobby, there is something you can do. Will you come downstairs with me for a moment? I'd like to suggest one or two things before the police arrive." Without hesitation, Paredes followed Graham down the stairs. Catherine turned immediately to Bobby, her eyes eager, full of the tense determination that had dictated her plan in the library. "Now, Bobby," she whispered, "and there's no time to waste. They may be here any minute. I won't see you go, but I'll be back at once to guard you against Paredes if he slips up again." She walked across the hall and disappeared in the newer corridor. Without witness, he faced the old corridor, and with the attempt directly ahead, his repugnance achieved a new power. The black entrance, with its scarcely dared memories, reminded him that what he was about to do was directed against more than human law, was an outrage against the dead man. He had to remind himself of the steely purpose with which Howells had marked him as the murderer. And the man's power persisted after death. In such a contest he was justified. He took the candle from the table, through the stairwell, the murmur of Graham's voice occasionally interrupted by Groom's heavy tones or the languid accents of Paredes, drifted encouragingly. Trying to crush his premonitions, Bobby entered the corridor. Instead of illuminating the narrow passage, the candle seemed half smothered by its blackness. For the first time in his memory, Bobby faced the entrance of the sinister room alone. He pushed open the broken door. He paused on the threshold. It impressed him as not unnatural that he should experience such misgivings. They sprang not alone from the fact that within 24 hours 2 men had died unaccountably within these faded walls, nor did the evidence pointing to his own unconscious guilt wholly account for them. At the bottom of everything was the fact that from his earliest childhood he had looked upon the room as consecrated to death, had consequently feared it, had, he recalled, always hurried past the disused corridor leading in its direction. Through its wide spaces the light of the candle scarcely penetrated. no more than an indefinite radiance thrust back the obscurity and outlined the bed. He could barely see the stark black form outstretched there. The dim, vast room, as he advanced, imposed upon him a sense of isolation. Catherine in the upper hall, the others downstairs, whose voices no longer reached him, seemed all at once far away. He stood in a place lonelier and more remote than the piece of woods where he had momentarily opened his eyes last night, and, instead of the straining trees and the figure in the black mask which he had called his conscience, he had for motion and companionship only the swaying of the curtains in the breeze from the open window, and the dark, prostrate thing whose face as he went closer was like a white mask. A mask with a fixed and malevolent sneer. The wind caught the flame of the candle, making it flicker. Tenuous shadows commenced to dance across the walls. He paused with a tightening throat, for the form on the bed seemed moving too, with sly and scarcely perceptible gestures. Then he understood. It was the effect of the shaking candle, and he forced himself to go on, but a sense of a multiple companionship accompanied him. A sense of a shapeless, soundless companionship that projected an idea of a steady regard. There swept through his mind a procession of figures in quaint dress and with faces not unlike his own, remembered from portraits and family legends, men and women to whom this room had been familiar, within whose limits they had suffered, cried out at too powerful agony, and died. It seemed to him that he waited for voices to guide him, to urge him on as Catherine had urged him, or to drive him back because he was an intruder in a company whose habit was strange and terrifying. He forced his glance from the shadows, which seemed more active along the walls. He raised his candle and stared at the dead man. The cast was undoubtedly there. The coat, stretched tightly across the breast, outlined it. He stood at the side of the bed. He had only to bend and place his hand in the pocket which the cast filled awkwardly. The wind alone, he saw, wasn't responsible for the shaking of the candle. His hand shook as the shadow shook, as the thing on the bed shook. The sense of loneliness grew upon him until it became complete, appalling. For the first time he understood that loneliness can possess a ponderable quality. It was, he felt, potent and active in the room, a thing he couldn't understand or challenge or overcome. His hand tightened. He thought of Catherine guarding the corridor, of Paredes and Dr. Groom held downstairs by Graham, of the county authorities hurrying to seize this evidence that would convict him, and he realized that his duty and his excuse were clear. He understood that just now he had been captured by a force undefinable in terms of the world he knew. For a moment he eluded the stealthy, fleshless hands of the impalpable skirmishers. He reached impulsively out to the dead man. He was about to place his fingers in the pocket which, after all was said and done, held his life. In the light of the candle the face seemed alive and more menacing than it had ever done in life. About the straight smile was a wider, more triumphant quality. The candle flickered sharply. It expired. The conquering blackness took his breath. He told himself it was the draught from the window which was strong, but the companionship of the night was closer and more numerous. The darkness wreathed itself into mocking and tortuous bodies whose faces were hidden. In an agony of revolt against these incorporeal, these fanciful horrors, he reached in the pocket. He sprang back with a choked, inaudible cry, for the dead thing beneath his hand was stirring. The dead, cold thing with a languid and impossible rebuke moved beneath his touch, and the pocket he had felt was empty. The coat, a moment ago bulging and awkward, was flat. There sprang to his mind the mad thought that the detective, malevolent in life, had long after death snatched from his hand the evidence carefully gathered on which everything for him depended. End of chapter 4, section 2 of The Abandoned Room. Part 1 of Chapter 5 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 5, Section 1. The Crying Through the Woods. Bobby's inability to cry out alone prevented his alarming the others and announcing to Paredes and Dr. Groom his unlawful presence in the room. During the moment that the shock held him, silent, motionless, bent in the darkness above the bed, he understood there could have been no ambiguity about his ghastly and loathsome experience. The dead detective had altered his position as Silas Blackburn had done, and this time someone had been in the room and suffered the appalling change. Bobby's fingers still responded to the charnel feeling of cold, inactive flesh suddenly become alive and potent beneath his touch, and a reason for the apparent miracle offered itself. Between the extinction of his candle and the commencement of that movement, only a second or so, the evidence had disappeared from the detective's pocket. Bobby relaxed. He stumbled across the room and into the corridor. He went with hands outstretched through the blackness, for no candle burned in the upper hall, but he knew that Catherine was on guard there. When he left the passage, he saw her, an unnatural figure herself, in the yellowish, unhealthy twilight which sifted through the stairwell from the lamp in the hall below. She must have sensed something out of the way immediately, for she hurried to meet him, and her whisper held no assurance. "You got the cast and the handkerchief, Bobby?" And when he didn't answer at once, she asked him with a sharp rush of fear, "What's the matter? What happened?" He shuddered. At last he managed to speak. "Catherine, I have felt death cease to be death." Later he was to recall that phrase with a sicker horror than he had experienced now. "You saw something?" she said. "But your candle is out. There is no light in the room." He took her hand. He pressed it. "You're real," he said with a nervous laugh. "Something I can understand. Everything is unreal. This light." He strode to the table, found a match, and lighted his candle. Catherine, as she saw his face, drew back. "Bobby!" "My candle went out," he said dully, "and he moved through the darkness. I tell you, he moved beneath my hand." She drew farther away, staring at him. "You were frightened." "No. If we go there with a light now," he said with the same dull conviction, "we will find him as we found my grandfather this afternoon." The monotonous voices of the three men in the lower hall weaved a background for their whispers. The normal, familiar sound was like a tonic. Bobby straightened. Catherine threw off the spell of his announcement. "But the evidence you got?" She stared at his empty hands. He fancied that he saw contempt in her eyes. "In spite of everything, you must go back. You must get that." "Even if I had the courage," he said wearily, "it would be no use, for the evidence is gone." "But I saw it. At least I saw his pocket." "It was there," he answered. "When my light went out, I did put my hand in his pocket. In that second, it had gone." "There was no one there," she said. "No one but you, because I watched." He leaned heavily against the wall. "Good God, Catherine, it's too big. Whatever it is, we can't fight it." She looked for some time down the corridor at the black entrance of the sinister room. At last she turned and walked to the banister. She called, "Hartley, will you come up?" Bobby wondered at the steadiness of her voice. The murmuring below ceased. Graham ran up the stairs. Her summons had been warning enough. Their attitudes, as Graham reached the upper hall, were eloquent of Bobby's failure. "You didn't get the cast and the handkerchief?" he said. Bobby told briefly what had happened. "What is one to do?" he ended. "Even the dead are against me." "It's beyond belief," Graham said roughly. He snatched up the candle and entered the corridor. Uncertainly, Catherine and Bobby followed him. He went straight to the bed and thrust the candle beneath the canopy. The others could see from the door the change that had taken place. The body of Howells was turned awkwardly on its side. The coat pocket was, as Bobby had described it, flat and empty. Catherine turned and went back to the hall. Graham's hand shook as Bobby's had shaken. "No tricks, Bobby." Bobby couldn't resent the suspicion which appeared to offer the only explanation of what had happened. The candle flickered in the draught. "Look out," Bobby warned. The misshapen shadows danced with a multiple vivacity across the walls. Graham shaded the candle flame, and the shadows became like morbid decorations, gargantuan and motionless. "It's madness," Graham said. "There's no explanation of this that we can understand." Howell's straight smile mocked them. As if in answer to Graham, a voice sighed through the room. Its quality was one with the shadows, unsubstantial and shapeless. Bobby grasped one of the bedposts and braced himself, listening. The candle in Graham's hand commenced to flicker again, and Bobby knew that it hadn't been his fancy, for Graham listened too. It shook again through the heavy, oppressive night, merely accentuated by the candle. A faint ululation, barely detaching itself from silence, straying after a time into the silence again. At first it was like the grief of a woman heard at a great distance, but the sound, while it gained no strength, forced on them more and more an abhorrent sense of intimacy. This crying from an infinite distance filled the room, seemed finally to have its source in the room itself. After it had sobbed thinly into nothing, its pulsations continued to sigh in Bobby's ears. They seemed timed to the renewed and eccentric dancing of the amorphous shadows. Graham straightened and placed the candle on the bureau. He seemed more startled than he had been at the unbelievable secretiveness of a dead man. "You heard it?" Bobby breathed. Graham nodded. "What was it? Where do you think it came from?" Bobby demanded. "It was like someone mourning for this poor devil." Graham couldn't disguise his effort to elude the somber spell of the room, to drive from his brain the illusion of that unearthly moaning. "It must have come from outside the house," he answered. "There's no use giving way to fancies where there is a possible explanation. It must have come from outside, from some woman in great agony of mind." Bobby recalled his perception of a woman moving with a curious absence of sound about the edges of the stagnant lake. He spoke of it to Graham. "I couldn't be sure it was a woman, but there's no house within 2 miles. What would a woman be doing wandering around the cedars?" "At any rate, there are 3 women in the house," Graham said. "Catherine and the 2 servants, Ella and Jane. The maids are badly frightened. It may have come from the servants' quarters. It must have been one of them." But Bobby saw that Graham didn't believe either of the maids had released that poignant suffering. "It didn't sound like a living voice," he said simply. "Then how are we to take it?" Graham persisted angrily. "I shall question Catherine and the two maids." He took up the candle with a stubborn effort to recapture his old forcefulness. But as they left the room, the shadows thronged thickly after them in ominous pursuit, and it wasn't necessary to question Catherine. She stood in the corridor, her lips parted, her face white and shocked. "What was it?" she said. "That nearly silent grief." She put her hands to her ears, lowering them helplessly after a moment. "Where do you think it came from?" Graham asked. "From a long ways off," she answered. "Then I thought it must be in the room with you, and I wondered if you saw—" Graham shook his head. "We saw nothing. It was probably Ella or Jane. They've been badly frightened. Perhaps a nightmare, or they've heard us moving around the front part of the house. I am going to see." Catherine and Bobby followed him downstairs. Dr. Groom and Paredes stood in front of the fireplace, questioningly looking upward. Paredes didn't speak at first, but Dr. Grooms burst out in his grumbling bass voice. "What's been going on up there?" "Did you hear just now a queer crying?" Graham asked. "No. You, Paredes?" "I've heard nothing," Paredes answered, "except Dr. Groom's disquieting theories. It's an uncanny hour for such talk. What kind of a cry, may I ask?" "Like a woman moaning," Bobby said. "And, Doctor, Howells has changed his position." "What are you talking about?" the doctor cried. "He has turned on his side as Mr. Blackburn did," Graham told him. Paredes glanced at Bobby. "And how was this new mystery discovered?" Bobby caught the implication. Then the Panamanian clung to his slyly expressed doubt of Catherine, which might, after all, have had its impulse in an instinct of self-preservation. Bobby knew that Graham and Catherine would guard the fashion in which the startling discovery had been made. Before he could speak for himself, and indeed, Graham was answering Paredes. "This crying seemed after a time to come from the room we entered." "But Miss Catherine called you up," Paredes said. "I suppose she had heard again movements in the room." Bobby managed a smile. "You see, Carlos, nothing is consistent in this case." Paredes bowed gravely. "It is very curious a woman should cry about the house." "The servants may make it seem natural enough," Graham said. "Will you come, Bobby?" As they crossed the dining room, they heard a stirring in the kitchen. Graham threw open the door. Jenkins stood at the foot of the servants' stairs. The old butler had lighted a candle and placed it on the mantel. The disorder of his clothing suggested the haste with which he had left his bed and come downstairs. His wrinkled, sunken face had aged perceptibly. He advanced with an expression of obvious relief. "I was just coming to find you, Mr. Robert." "What's up?" Bobby asked. "A little while ago I thought you were all asleep back here." "One of the women awakened him," Graham said. "It's just as I thought." "Was that it?" the old butler asked with a quick relief. But immediately he shook his head. "It couldn't have been that, Mr. Graham, for I stopped at Ella's and Jane's doors, and there was no sound. They seemed to be asleep, and it wasn't like that." "You mean," Bobby said, "that you heard a woman crying?" Jenkins nodded. "It woke me up." "If you didn't think it was one of the maids," Graham asked, "what did you make of it?" "I thought it came from outside. I thought it was a woman prowling around the house. Then I said to myself, why should a woman prowl around the Cedars? And it was too unearthly, sir. And I remember the way Mr. Silas was murdered, and the awful thing that happened to his body this afternoon. And You won't think me foolish, sirs. I doubted if it was a human voice I had heard. No, Graham said dryly. We won't think you foolish. So I thought I'd better wake you up and tell you. Graham turned to Bobby. Catherine and you and I, he said, fancied that crying was in the room with us. Jenkins is sure it came from outside the house. That is significant. Wherever it came from, Bobby said softly, it was like someone mourning for Howells. Jenkins started. The policeman? Bobby remembered that Jenkins hadn't been aroused by the discovery of Howells' murder. You'd know in a few minutes anyway, he said. Howells has been killed as my grandfather was. Jenkins moved back, a look of unbelief and awe in his wrinkled face. He boasted he was going to sleep in that room, he whispered. Bobby studied Jenkins, not knowing what to make of the old man, for into the awe of the wrinkled face had stolen a positive relief, an emotion that bordered on the triumphant. It's terrible, Jenkins whispered. Graham grasped his shoulder. What's the matter with you, Jenkins? One would say you were glad. No, oh, no, sir, it's terrible. I was only wondering about the policeman's report. What do you know about his report? Bobby cried. Only that he gave it to me to mail just before he went up to the old room. You mailed it? Graham snapped. Jenkins hesitated. When he answered, his voice was self-accusing. I'm an old coward, Mr. Roberts. The policeman told me the letter was very important, and if anything happened to it, I would get in trouble. He couldn't afford to leave the house himself, he said, but as I say, I am a coward, and I didn't want to walk through the woods to the box by the gate. I figured it all out. It wouldn't be taken up until early in the morning, and if I waited until daylight, it would only be delayed one collection. So I made up my mind I'd sleep on it, because I knew he had it in for you, Mr. Robert. I suppose I'd mailed it in the morning, but I decided I'd think it over anyway and not harrow myself walking through the woods. You've done a good job, Graham said excitedly. Where is the report now? In my room. Shall I fetch it, sir? Graham nodded, and Jenkins shuffled up the stairs. What luck, Graham said. Howells must have telephoned his suspicions to the district attorney. He must have mentioned the evidence. But what does that amount to since it disappeared along with the duplicate of the report? If Howells made one. I can fight with a clear conscience, Bobby cried. I wasn't asleep when Howells' body altered its position. Do you realize what that means to me? For once I was wide awake when the old room was at its tricks. If Howells were alive, Graham answered shortly, he would look on the fact that you were awake and alone with the body as the worst possible evidence against you. Bobby's elation died. There is always something to tangle me in the eyes of the law with these mysteries. But I know, and I'll fight. Can you find any trace of a conspiracy against me in this last ghastly adventure? It complicates everything, Graham admitted. It's beyond sounding, Bobby said. For my grandfather's death last night and the disturbance of his body this afternoon seem calculated to condemn me absolutely. Yet Howells's murder and the movement of his body, with the disappearance of the cast and the handkerchief, seem designed to save me. Are there two influences at work in this house? One for me, one against me? Let's think of the human elements, Graham answered with a frown. I have no faith in Paredes. My man has failed to report on Maria. That's queer. You fancy a woman in black slipping through the woods, and we hear a woman cry. I want to account for those things before I give in to Grooms's spirits. I confess at times they seem the only logical explanation. Here's Jenkins. If trouble comes of his withholding the report, I'll take the blame, Bobby said. Graham snatched the long envelope from Jenkins' hand. It was addressed in a firm hand to the district attorney at the county seat. "There's no question," Graham said. "That's it. We mustn't open it. We'd better not destroy it. Put it where it won't be easily found, Jenkins. If you are questioned, you have no recollection of Howells having given it to you. Mr. Blackburn promises he will see you get in no trouble." The old man smiled. "Trouble?" he scoffed. "Mr. Blackburn needn't fret himself about me. He's the last of this family. That is Miss Catherine and he. I'm old and about done for. I don't mind trouble. Not a bit, sir." Bobby pressed his hand. His voice was a little husky. "I didn't think you'd go that far in my service, Jenkins." The old butler smiled slyly. "I'd go a lot further than that, sir." "We'd better get back," Graham said. "The bloodhounds ought to be here, and they'll sniff at the case harder than ever because it's done for Howells." They watched Jenkins go upstairs with the report. "We're taking long chances," Graham said. "Desperately long chances. But you're in a desperately dangerous position. It's the only way. You'll be accused of stealing the evidence. But remember, when they question you, they can prove nothing unless the cast and handkerchief turn up. If they've been taken by an enemy in some magical fashion, to be produced at the proper moment, there's no hope. Meantime, play the game, and Catherine and I will help you all we can. The doctor, too, is friendly. There's no doubt of him. Come now, let's face the music." Bobby followed Graham to the hall, trying to strengthen his nerves for the ordeal. Even now he was more appalled by the apparently supernatural background of the case than he was by the material details which pointed to his guilt. More than the report and the cast and the handkerchief, the remembrance of that impossible moment in the blackness of the old room filled his mind, and the unearthly and remote crying still throbbed in his ears. Catherine, Graham, and the doctor waited by the fireplace. They had heard nothing from the authorities. "But they must be here soon," Dr. Groom said. "Did you learn anything back there, Hartley?" Catherine asked. "It wasn't the servants," he said. "Jenkins heard the crying. He's certain it came from outside the house." Paredes looked up. "Extraordinary," he said. "I wish I had heard it." Dr. Groom grumbled. Paredes laughed. "Thank the good Lord I didn't. Perpetually, Bobby, your house reminds me that I've nerves sensitive to the unknown world. I will go further than the doctor. I will say that this house is crowded with the supernatural. It shelters things that we cannot understand, that we will never understand. When I was a child in Panama, I had a nurse who, unfortunately, developed too strongly my native superstition. How she frightened me with her bedtime stories. They were all of men murdered or dead of fevers, crossing the trail or building the railroad or digging insufficient ditches for de Lesseps. Some of her best went further back than that. They were thick with the ghosts of old Spaniards and the crimson hands of Morgan's buccaneers. Really, that tiny strip across the isthmus is crowded with souls snatched too quickly from torn and tortured bodies. If you are sensitive, you feel they are still there." "What has all this to do with the Cedars?" Dr. Groom grumbled. "It explains my ability to sense strange elements in this old house. There are in Panama, if you don't mind, Doctor, improvised graveyards tangled by the jungle that give you a feeling of an active, unseen population precisely as this house does." He arose and strolled with a cat-like lack of sound about the hall. When he spoke again, his voice was scarcely audible. It was the voice of a man who thinks aloud, and the doctor failed to interrupt him again. "I have felt less spiritually alarmed in those places of grinning skulls, which always seem trying to recite agonies beyond expression, than I feel in this house. For here the woods are more desolate than the jungle, and the walls of houses as old as this make a prison for suffering. End of chapter 5, section 1 of The Abandoned Room. Part 2 of Chapter 5 of The Abandoned Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Abandoned Room by Wadsworth CAMP. Chapter 5, Section 2. The Crying in the Woods. A vague discomfort stole through Bobby's surprise. He had never heard Paredes speak so seriously. In spite of the man's unruffled manner, there was nothing of mockery about his words. What, then, was their intention? Paredes said no more, but for several minutes he paced up and down the hall, glancing often with languid eyes toward the stairs. He had the appearance of one who expects and waits. Catherine, Graham, and the doctor, Bobby could see, had been made as uneasy as himself by the change in the Panamanian. The doctor cleared his throat. His voice broke the silence, tentatively. "If this house makes you so unhappy, young man, why do you stay?" Paredes paused in his walk. His thin lips twitched. He indicated Bobby. "For the sake of my very good friend. What are a man's personal fears and desires if he can help his friends?" Graham's distaste was evident. Paredes recognized it with a smile. Bobby watched him curiously, realizing more and more that Graham was right to this extent. They must somehow learn the real purpose of the Panamanian's continued presence here. Paredes resumed his walk. He still had that air of expectancy. He seemed to listen. This feeling of imminence reached Bobby, increased his restlessness. He thought he heard an automobile horn outside. He sprang up, went to the door, opened it, and stood gazing through the damp and narrow court. Yet, he confessed, he listened for a repetition of that unearthly crying through the thicket rather than for the approach of those who would try to condemn him for 2 murders. Paredes was right. The place was unhealthy. Its dark walls seemed to draw closer. They had a desolate and unfriendly secretiveness. They might hide anything. The whirring of a motor reached him. Headlights flung gigantic distorted shadows of trees across the walls of the old wing. Bobby faced the others. "They're coming," he said, and his voice was sufficiently apprehensive now. Graham joined him at the door. "Yes," he said, "there will be another inquisition. You all know that Howells, for some absurd reason, suspected Bobby. Bobby, it goes without saying, knows no more about the crimes than any of us. I dare say you'll keep that in mind if they try to confuse you. After all, there's very little any of us can tell them. Except," Paredes said with a yawn, "what went on upstairs when the woman cried and Howell's body moved. Of course I know nothing about that." Graham glanced at him sharply. "I don't know what you mean, but you have told us all that you are Bobby's friend." "Quite so, and I'm not a spy." He moved his head in his grave and dignified bow. The automobile stopped at the entrance to the court. 3 men stepped out and hurried up the path. As they entered the hall, Bobby recognized the sallow, wizened features of the coroner. One of the others was short and thick-set. His round and florid face, one felt, should have expressed friendliness and good humor rather than the intolerant anger that marked it now. The third was a lank, bald-headed man whose sharp face released more determination than intelligence. "I am Robinson, the district attorney," the stout one announced. "And this is Jack Rawlins, the best detective I've got now that Howells is gone. Jack was a close friend of Howells, so he'll make a good job of it. But I thought it was time I came myself to see what the devil's going on in this house." The lank man nodded. "You're right, Mr. Robinson. There'll be no more nonsense about the case. If Howells had made an arrest, he might be alive this minute." Bobby's heart sank. These men would act from a primary instinct of revenge. They wanted the man who had killed Silas Blackburn principally because it was certain he had also killed their friend. Rawlins' words, moreover, suggested that Howells must have telephoned a pretty clear outline of the case. Robinson stared at them insolently. "This is Dr. Groom, I know. Which is young Mr. Blackburn?" Bobby stepped forward. The sharp eyes, surrounded by puffy flesh, studied him aggressively. Bobby forced himself to meet that unfriendly gaze. Would Robinson accuse him now, before he had gone into the case for himself? At least he could prove nothing. After a moment the man turned away. "Who is this?" he asked, indicating Graham. "A very good friend. My lawyer, Mr. Graham," Bobby answered. Robinson walked over to Paredes. "Another lawyer?" he sneered. "Another friend," Paredes answered easily. Robinson glanced at Catherine. "Of course, you are Miss Perrine. Good. Coroner, these are all that were in the front part of the house when you were here before?" "The same lot," the coroner squeaked. "There are 3 servants, a man and 2 women." Robinson went on. "Account for them, Rawlins, and see what they have to say. Come upstairs when you're through." "All right, coroner." But he paused at the foot of the steps. "For the present, no one will leave the house without my permission. If you care to come upstairs with me, Mr. Blackburn, you might be useful." Bobby shrank from the thought of returning to the old room, even with this determined company. He didn't hesitate, however, for Robinson's purpose was clear. He wanted Bobby where he could watch him. Graham prepared to accompany them. "If you need me," the doctor said. "I looked at the body." "Oh, yes," Robinson sneered. "I'd like to know exactly what time you found the body." Graham flushed, but Catherine answered easily. "About 2:30, the hour at which Mr. Blackburn was killed." "And I," Robinson sneered, "was aroused at 3:30, an hour during which the police were left out of the case." "We thought it wise to get a physician first of all," Graham said. "You knew Howells never had a chance. You knew he had been murdered the moment you looked at him." Robinson burst out. "We acted for the best," Graham answered. His manner impressed silence on Catherine and Bobby. "We'll see about that later," Robinson said with a clear threat. "If it doesn't inconvenience you too much, we'll go up now." In the upper hall he snatched the candle from the table. "Which way?" Catherine nodded to the old corridor and slipped to her room. Robinson stepped forward with the coroner at his heels. Bobby, Graham, and the doctor followed. Inside the narrow, choking passage, Bobby saw the district attorney hesitate. "What's the matter?" the doctor rumbled. The district attorney went on without answering. He glanced at the broken lock. "So you had to smash your way in." He walked to the bed and looked down at Howells. "Poor devil," he murmured. "Howells wasn't the man to get caught unawares. It's beyond me how anyone could have come close enough to make that wound without putting him on his guard." "It's beyond us, as it was beyond him," Graham answered. "How anyone got into the room at all." In response to Robertson's questions, he told in detail about the discovery of both murders. Robinson pondered for some time. Then you and Mr. Blackburn were asleep, he said. Miss Perrine aroused you. This foreigner, Paredes, was awake and dressed and in the lower hall. I think he was in the court as we went by the stairwell, Graham corrected him. I shall want to talk to your foreigner, Robinson said. He shivered. This room is like a charnel house. Why did Howells want to sleep here? I don't think he intended to sleep, Graham said. From the start, Howells was bound to solve the mystery of the entrance of the room. He came here hoping that the criminal would make just such an attempt as he did. He was confident he could take care of himself, get his man, and clear up the last details of the case. Robinson looked straight at Bobby. Then Howells knew the criminal was in the house. Howells, I dare say, Graham said, telephoned you something of his suspicions. Robinson nodded. He was on the wrong line, Graham argued, or he wouldn't have been so easily overcome. You can see for yourself. Locked doors, a wound that suggests the assailant was close to him. Yet he must have been awake and watchful, and if there had been a physical attack before the sharp instrument was driven into his brain, he would have cried out. Yet Miss Perrine was aroused by nothing of the sort, and the coroner, I dare say, will find no marks of the struggle about the body. The coroner, who had been busy at the bed, glanced up. No mark at all. If Howells wasn't asleep, his murderer must have been invisible as well as noiseless. Dr. Groom smiled. The coroner glared at him. I suggest, Mr. District Attorney, he squeaked, that the ordinary layman wouldn't know that this type of wound would cause immediate death. Nor would any man, the doctor answered angrily, be able to make such a wound with his victim lying on his back. On his back, Robinson echoed. But he isn't on his back. The doctor told of the amazing alteration in the positions of both victims. Bobby regretted with all his heart that he had made the attempt to get the evidence. Already complete frankness was impossible for him. Already a feeling of guilt sprang from the necessity of withholding the first-hand testimony which he alone could give. And a woman cried, Robinson said, bewildered. All this sounds like a ghost story. You've more sense than I thought, Dr. Groom said dryly. I never could get Howells to see it that way. What are you driving at? Robinson snapped. These crimes, the doctor answered, have all the elements of a ghostly impulse. Robinson's laugh was a little uncomfortable. The Cedars is a nice place for spooks, but it won't do. I'll be frank. Howells telephoned me. He had found plenty of evidence of human interference. It's evident in both cases that the murderer came back and disturbed the bodies for some special purpose. I don't know what it was the first time, but it's simple to understand the last. The murderer came for evidence Howells had on his person. Bobby couldn't meet the sharp, puffy eyes. He alone was capable of testifying that the evidence had been removed as if to secrete it from his unlawful hand. Yet, if he spoke, he would prove the district attorney's point. He would condemn himself. Curious, Graham said slowly, that the murderer didn't take the evidence when he killed his man. I don't know about that, Robinson said, but I know Howells had evidence on his person. You through, coroner? Then we'll have a look, although it's little use. He walked to the bed and searched Howells' pockets. Just as I thought, nothing. He told me he was preparing a report. If he didn't mail it, that was stolen with the rest of the stuff. Rollins is right. He waited too long to make the arrest. Again, Bobby wondered if the man would bring matters to a head now. He could appreciate however, that Robinson, with nothing to go on but Howell's telephone suspicions, might spoil his chances of a solution by acting too hastily. Rollins strolled in. The two women were asleep, he said. The old man knows nothing beyond the fact that he heard a woman crying outside a little while ago. I don't think we need bother about the back part of the house for the present, Robinson said. Howell's evidence has been stolen. It's your job to find it unless it's been destroyed. Your other job is to discover the instrument that caused death in both cases. Then maybe our worthy doctor will desert his ghosts. Mr. Blackburn, if you will come with me, there's a slight possibility of checking up some of the evidence of which Howell spoke. Our fine fellow may have made a slip in the court. Bobby understood and was afraid. More afraid than he had been at any time since he had overheard Howells catalogue his case to Graham in the library. Why, even in so much confusion, had Graham and he failed to think of those telltale marks in the court? They had been intact when he had stood there just before dark. It was unlikely anyone had walked across the grass since. He saw Graham's elaborate precautions demolished, the case against him stronger than it had been before Howell's murder. Graham's face revealed the same helpless comprehension. They followed Robinson downstairs. Graham made a gesture of surrender. Bobby glanced at Paredes, who alone had remained below. The Panamanian smoked and lounged in the easy chair. His eyes seemed restless. I shall wish to ask you some questions in a few minutes, Mr. Paredes, the district attorney said. At your service, I'm sure, Paredes drawled. He watched them until they had entered the court and closed the door. The chill dampness of the court infected Bobby as it had always done. It was a proper setting for his accusation and arrest. For Robinson, he knew, wouldn't wait, as Howells had done, to solve the mystery of the locked doors. Robinson, while the others grouped themselves about him, took a flashlight from his pocket and pressed the control. The brilliant cylinder of light illuminated the grass, making it seem unnaturally green. Bobby braced himself for the inevitable denouement. Then, while Robinson exclaimed angrily, his eyes widened, his heart beat rapidly with a vast and wondering relief. For the marks he remembered so clearly had been obliterated with painstaking thoroughness, and at first the slate seemed perfectly clean. He was sure his unknown friend had avoided leaving any trace of his own. Each step in the grass had been carefully scraped out. In the confusion of the path there was nothing to be learned. The genuine surprise of Bobby's exclamation turned Robinson to him with a look of doubt. You acknowledge these footmarks were here, Mr. Blackburn? Certainly, Bobby answered. I saw them myself just before dark. I knew Howells ridiculously connected them with the murderer. You made a good job of it when you trampled them out, Robinson hazarded. But it was clear Bobby's amazement had not been lost on him. Or, he went on, this foreigner who advertises himself as your friend. He was in the court tonight, we know that. Suddenly he stooped, and Bobby got on his knees beside him. The cylinder of light held in its center one mark, clear and distinct in the trampled grass. And with a warm gratitude, a swift apprehension, Bobby thought of Catherine. For the mark in the grass had been made by the heel of a woman's shoe. Not the foreigner, then, Robinson mused. Not yourself, Blackburn, but a woman, a devoted woman. There's something to get after. And if she lies, the impression of the heel will give her away, the coroner suggested. Robinson grinned. You'd make a rotten detective, coroner. Women's heels are cut to a pattern. There are thousands of shoes whose heels would fit this impression. We need the sole for identification, and that she hasn't left us. But she's done one favor. She's advertised herself as a woman, and there are just 3 women in the house. One of those committed this serious offense, and the inference is obvious." Before Bobby could protest, the doctor broke in with his throaty rumble. "One of those, or the woman who cried about the house?" Bobby started. The memory of that eerie grief was still uncomfortable in his brain. Could there have been actually a woman at the stagnant lake that afternoon and close to the house tonight? Some mysterious friend who assumed grave risks in his service. He recognized Robinson's logic. Unless there were something in that far-fetched theory, Catherine faced a situation nearly as serious as his own. Robinson straightened. At the same moment, the scraping of a window reached them. Bobby glanced at the newer wing. Catherine leaned from her window. The coincidence disturbed him. In Robinson's mind, he knew her anxiety would assume a color of guilt. Her voice, moreover, was too uncertain, too full of misgivings. "What is going on down there? There have been no more tragedies." "Would you mind joining us for a moment?" Robinson asked. She drew back. The curtain fell over her lighted window. The darkness of the court was disturbed again only by the limited radiance of the flashlight. She came hurriedly from the front door. "I saw you gathered here. I heard you talking. I wondered. You knew there were footprints in this court," Robinson said harshly, "that Howells connected them with the murderer of your uncle." "Yes," she answered simply. "Why then," he asked, "did you attempt to obliterate them?" She laughed. "What do you mean?" "I didn't. I haven't been out of the house since just after luncheon." "Can you prove that?" "It needs no proof. I tell you so." The flashlight exposed the ugly confidence of Robinson's smile. "I am sorry to suggest the need of corroboration." "You doubt my word?" she flashed. "A woman," he answered, "has obliterated valuable testimony. I shall make it my business to punish her." She laughed again. Without another word, she turned and re-entered the house. Robinson's oath was audible to the others. "We can't put up with that sort of thing, sir," Rawlins said. "I ought to place this entire household under arrest." Robinson muttered. "As a lawyer," Graham said easily, "I should think with your lack of evidence it might be asking for trouble. There is Paredes who acknowledges he was in the court." "All right, I'll see what he's got to say." He started for the house. Bobby lingered for a moment with Graham. "Do you know anything about this, Hartley?" "Nothing," Graham whispered. "Then you don't think Catherine—" "If she'd done it, she'd have taken good care not to be so curious. I doubt if it was Catherine." They followed the others into the hall. Bobby, scarcely appreciating why at first, realized there had been a change there. Then he understood. Robinson faced an empty chair. The hall was pungent with cigarette smoke, but Paredes had gone. Robinson pointed to the stairs. "Get him down," he said to Rawlins. "He wouldn't have gone to bed," Graham suggested. "Suppose he's in the old room where Howells lies." But Rawlins found him nowhere upstairs. With an increasing excitement, Robinson joined the search. They went through the entire house. Paredes was no longer there. He had, to all appearances, put a period to his unwelcome visit. He had definitely disappeared from the Cedars. His most likely exit was through the kitchen door, which was unlocked, but Jenkins, who had returned to his room, had heard no one. With their electric lamps, Robinson and Rawlins ferreted about the rear entrance for traces. The path there was as trampled and useless as the one in front. Rawlins, who had gone some distance from the house, straightened with a satisfied exclamation. The others joined him. Here's where he left the path right enough, he said, and our foreigner wasn't making any more noise than he had to. He flashed his lamp on the fresh footprint in the soft soil at the side of the path. The mark of the toe was deep and firm. The impression of the heel was very light. Paredes, it was clear, had walked from the house on tiptoe. "Follow on," Robinson commanded. "I told this fellow I wanted to question him. I've scared him off." Keeping his light on the ground, Rawlins led the way across the clearing. The trail was simple enough to follow. Each of the Panamanian's footprints was distinct. Each had that peculiarity that suggested the stealth of his progress. As they continued, Bobby responded to an excited premonition. He sensed the destination of the chase. He could picture Paredes now in the loneliest portion of the woods, for the trail unquestionably pointed to the path he had taken that afternoon toward the stagnant lake. "Hartley," he said, "Paredes left the house to go to this stagnant lake where I fancied I saw a woman in black. Do you see? And he didn't hear the crying of the woman a little while ago. And when we told him, he became restless. He wandered about the hall talking of ghosts." "A rendezvous," Graham answered. "He may have been waiting for just that. The crying may have been a signal. Perhaps you'll believe now, Bobby, that the man has had an underhanded purpose in staying here. I've made too many hasty judgments in my life, Hartley. I'll go slow on this. I'll wait until we see what we find at the lake." Rawlins snapped off his light. The little party paused at the black entrance of the path into the thicket. "He's buried himself in the woods," Rawlins said. They crowded instinctively closer in the sudden darkness. A brisk wind had sprung up. It rattled among the trees and set the dead leaves in gentle, rustling motion. It suggested to Bobby the picture which had been forced into his brain the night of his grandfather's death. The moon now possessed less light, but it reminded him again of a drowning face. And through the darkness he could fancy the trees straining in the wind like puny men. Abruptly, the thought of penetrating the forest became frightening. The silent loneliness of the stagnant lake seemed as unfriendly and threatening as the melancholy of the old room. "There are too many of us," Robinson was saying. "You'd better go on alone, Rawlins, and don't take any chances. I've got to have this man. You understand? I think he knows things worthwhile." The rising wind laughed at his whisper. The detective flashed his lamp once, shut it off again, and stepped into the close embrace of the thicket. Suddenly Bobby grasped Graham's arm. The little group became tense, breathless, for across the wind, with a diffused quality, a lack of direction, vibrated to them again the faint and mournful grief of a woman. End of chapter 5, section 2 of The Abandoned Room.